Washington, and well, wherever else you're listening to Primetime here. Announcer guy is half right. I am here. Big Sook, Jason Sakanik, Ryan Buckley over there behind the glass. No Isaac Ropp. Ropp leads the league in COVID. Triple Crown COVID winner. Dominated in the dojo. I did pass by the boss today. She goes, "Hey, did you know your partner is sick?" Yeah, I figured that one out.
Heard about that, did you?
Yeah. People seem to forget that we were actually here on Friday. It was weird. I was listening to Dirt and Sprague this morning when I was walking the dog, and I actually caught the very beginning of that program. You got to wake up now. Like when it's the heat wave, you got to wake up with the dog at 6.
Yeah.
To get him out, because by the time it hits 7:30, he takes one step outside. He's like, "Yeah, we're not doing this." He's like, "Nice try, old man." When you got an Akita, they don't do well in the heat. So I was up listening to Dirt and Sprague, and Sprague was gone, so it was just Dirt, and then I was listening to Danny and Dusty, and they were doing the 4th of July recaps. And no one seemed to realize, including our boss, that we were actually here on Friday.
We did all that kind of.
Yeah, we did. We had the 4th of July recap already, so we could just run that same show.
Yeah, we had a monopoly on everything that happened the evening of the 3rd through the 4th and into the 5th.
Yeah, it's weird. So everyone now is trying to catch us up on oh my God, what did you do for the 4th? I'm like, we've already been there, done that. Hey, did you know Ropp is sick? Yep, we're familiar with that as well. And by the way, we are now having to set a new over-under because originally we had the betting odds and we had it 65, maybe 70-30 that Ropp was going to be here on Friday.
What fools we were.
Yeah, because he went to Vegas, if you don't know. He was
loved
gone.
COVID.
Just saying. Yeah, he was gone all week, and then he was going to come back on Friday. Well, we found out on Thursday, COVID, we believe, number 4.
Oh, dear.
And I believe that's 3 massive Vegas vacation illnesses, 2 of those being COVID that he's come back with. We do think one of the bad Vegas illnesses wasn't COVID.
But we never got confirmation one way or the other.
No, he was just really sick. So he's on an impressive run of Vegas vacations leading into serious illness. So that's shame on us for thinking he was going to be back on Friday. And then we set hey, is he going to be here on Monday? And to be fair, the overwhelming odds, it was 80-20 that he's not going to be here.
That's what we said at 80-20.
Well, at this point, I think the reasonable line is the Fan Golf Classic on Thursday.
So you texted me this morning that he is really down and out, and it seems that it's taking its toll this time, and my first thought was the betting public will need to know what are the odds he makes the Fan Golf Classic.
This is tough.
Is that an even money proposition? Is it minus money because it matters?
I think it's a coin flip at this point.
Yep.
I really do. Tuesdays and Thursdays or Tuesday, Wednesday this week, that's a layup. If you're betting on him coming back Tuesday and Wednesday, because we did get the confirmation yesterday, I sent him the text, man, hey, how you feeling? I said, are you alive or is it kicking your ass? And I got it's kicking my ass.
Oh, I'm hurt.
Yeah. According to Dan Lanning, Isaac Ropp making the decision to be very, very sick with COVID again. So we're just eliminating Tuesday, Wednesday. So I'm going Thursday, Fan Golf Classic. We don't have to work, which, by the way, come on out and join us. I think, are we officially sold out in the morning?
I would have to.
I keep hearing the nearly sold out, but I don't know if we're fully sold out.
Well, these kind of things usually come into my email, but I have been without company email for about 4 or 5 days because I couldn't engineer or get past the whole 2-factor authentication due to getting a new phone. So I don't actually know, but I will try to find out.
Yeah, I didn't see anything. So we're filled up in the afternoon. I believe if we're not sold out in the morning, we're very, very close. So if you want to try to squeeze in on Thursday, you can go to 10 to the Fan and see if you can squeeze in one of the early morning rounds on Thursday. But we don't have to do the show. This year they've given us the day off, and we're just supposed to show up and we're supposed to mingle. We'll be there on one of the holes, saying hi to people, may hit some shots, mill around, have some drinks, be social butterflies. So this lies the question. That Ropp doesn't have to do the show, and it will be a week since he got the vid down in Vegas. Mm-hmm. Does he show up? I think that's coin flip. I think that's 50-50.
Right. I mean, obviously, if he were still testing positive, he just wouldn't come. But it's probably he'll be, I would guess, be past that point, but possibly still feeling the effects. So then it's anybody's guess.
Well, and here's the thing. I was talking to our boss, our fearless leader, Kim, who I thought it was adorable that she was informing me that Ropp was sick. I'm like, yeah, I got that one. And she said, well, he has to be back for the Fan Golf Classic.
Oh, does he?
I said, oh, does he? Because if you remember, 2 years ago at the Fan Golf Classic, someone was not there. Who would that be?
Here's the situation.
Isaac Ropp.
Yeah.
Why wasn't he there? COVID. So does he have? This is why, like, a lot of people are like, oh, he'll be there for the Golf Classic. I'm like,
Sure about that?
You sure? You sure about that? You sure about that?
You like that? You like that?
This will be 2 out of 3 years that Ropp misses the Golf Classic. So I think, you take your bets where you bet with your heart. You make that emotional decision if you want. I think Friday might be a safer bet. Friday might be the safer bet.
But see, then we get back into the territory that really we were at the end of last week, where it's like, if you're already going to miss 4 days, wouldn't you just miss the 5th one too? Get healthy through the weekend.
See, but here's the thing. I know for a fact that Ropp, and maybe this is, shame on me, but I do think after a while he feels guilty about his horrible immune system. And 2, I think he gets tired of being at the house. I think he gets a little squirrely. So I'm saying this is my bold prediction right now. I'm going no golf tournament.
Yes, Friday.
Ooh. One day work, and then he gets the weekend.
As the book, I'll give you plus 325 on that.
Okay.
I think that's not that likely. I think it's more likely that he either makes the tournament or that he misses both the tournament and Friday. I think the likelihood of him making Friday and not the tournament is probably the third best option.
Vancouver Ford text line. How many times in a row does Vegas have to kick his ass before he doesn't want to go to Vegas anymore? I don't know. That is another really good question. Like, you would think after a certain period of time, you would realize that Vegas and you just don't agree. But Vegas to him, it's like he's in love with a hooker. He's in love with the stripper.
I think to him, it's not the stripper's fault.
No. And she deals little meth on the side, and she's very open about what she does and who she is. And Rob just can't quit her. He just keeps going back.
Knows it might even be bad for him, but he just has too good of a time and says, I'll deal with whatever consequences. And here we are.
Yeah. Like, so the answer is how many times? I think an infinite amount of times. I'm not certain.
9 times.
Yeah.
9 times.
I am not certain what Vegas would have to do for Rob to be like, all right, I'm out.
What if he lost a limb or even a digit? Lost a toe in the pool?
I don't know.
The suction of the spa just took out his big toe.
I don't think he'd worry about toes.
I don't think so either.
A toe's not going to affect your golf game that much, right?
You kidding me? They're giving me sweets at the Win for Life after that.
Exactly. I think that would be his thing. He'd be like, hey, I lose a toe at the Win. He goes, oh, yeah. Guarantee. He's like high roller status. I think he would sacrifice a toe.
I'm VIP now, baby.
I think he might sacrifice half a foot. Get one of those like NFL, what was the old Saints kicker, like the half a foot?
Yeah, the club foot thing.
The club foot? Yeah, Rob can play golf with a club foot as long as that gives him like unlimited VIP status at the Win. Oh yeah, he's in on that. So that was major one that we're dealing with. The other one that everyone at the station now is figuring out is that we have some sort of evil smell.
And we started talking about this smell on Wednesday afternoon.
And no one was around.
No.
Like, apparently our HVAC system is haunted. So we came in on Wednesday when, again, no one was here, right? It was just you and me. I think we were the only 2 people in the building.
Yep.
And so we come in, and I'm not trying to be crude here. It smelled like a dirty butt.
Yeah.
Like the moment you, and not in the bathroom.
No, the first time it smelled like someone had defecated in the lobby and there was like stale beer or something like that. It was horrible.
Yeah. You walked in and it was like, whoa. And you thought maybe it was coming from the bathroom because the bathroom's off the lobby. The bathroom's fine.
Or that there was some sort of like sewage pipe underneath coming through a vent or something. It smelled bathroom combined with. Ugh.
Yeah, it's just is an awful smell. But no one was around to
no, everyone was gone.
Yeah, it's just us. So then Thursday, no one was here, 4th of July. And then we come in on Friday, again, being the only 2 people in the building. And somehow it had morphed. It no longer smelled like a dirty dumper. It didn't have a Cal Raleigh thing going on.
Just as oppressive, if not more oppressive, but a totally different smell.
Rotten fish.
Yes.
Absolute rotten.
Dead fish.
If you've ever been to like one of those outdoor Asian like fish marts where it's 100 degrees and the fish has been sitting out without any sort of refrigeration, we all know that smell. It had morphed into that. And dare I say it had gained strength.
Yeah.
Some sort of, think about it like a butterfly. At one point was a poo caterpillar, and then it had blossomed into a full-on rotten fish, or whatever you may think that smells like, butterfly effect. And now we come in, and that's all anyone can talk about. We're like, yeah, like we're on this.
This is like 72-hour-old news.
It is kind of adorable though that like everyone is trying to get us up to speed on all of these things that have been happening, and like we're the old. That's like oh country mouse. We've been dealing this for several days. COVID and dirty ass smell. Yeah, we're all over that. We got this, but we're here. We're here. It's a little warm in the building, a little warm out in Portland. Did you do anything to stay cool over the weekend?
Let's see. No, because I think as I had mentioned before, we were doing hardline potty training, and so
you were doing potty boot camp.
Yeah, so I mean, people like to throw stupid names on it, but basically, it was just an accelerated try to get him potty trained over the course of a long weekend attempt. It's gone really well, but it made us pretty much housebound the entire time because he needed to be near his little potty.
Yeah, you didn't miss anything.
I didn't think so.
It is hot.
Yeah, I thought so.
And I don't complain about the heat because I like the heat. Like if you give me the choice between 12 degrees and 100 degrees, I'll take 100 degrees. Yeah, it's nice. It's good for you. You get out, you sweat a little bit. You know, maybe you can sweat some COVID out. So I like getting out and doing things in the heat.
So I actually did that on Saturday morning. I took my little one over to my mom's house for a little bit, and they have like a big kind of like a neighborhood like loop that's in like a figure eight, and there's two really good uphills, and it wasn't too hot yet out in Newark. It was about 90, and I did that, and it took me about an hour, and I pumped out some sweat from the whole 4th of July situation, and then Sunday was way too hot to do that. It was like 104 out there.
Yeah, I don't mind. Like I like working outside or working out. So my buddy on Saturday was like, "Hey, you wanna ride?" And I was like, "Yeah, what the hell? It's gonna be hot. Let's do it." So we rode out from one side of Clark County and Camas out to the other, Vancouver Lake. It was like 40 miles, and like the last 10 of it, I was regretting some decisions. Like that was a bit rough, but that wasn't bad.
And
like,
that's not really my bailiwick, but like, are you scouting ahead of time, like the type of ride, how much uphill, like do these things come into play, or you just let it rip?
We knew it was gonna be.
Yeah,
I mean, you knew. Pack 3 water bottles is
sure, but if you're on like something mostly flat in the heat, that's different than doing a lot of climbing in the heat.
Well, I mean, you knew coming back. There's like if you've ever ridden in Clark County, coming back from like where I live, going to the east side's way worse because there's an elevator. You have to one way or another. You're going up a nasty hill. And that hill about that the one bad hill it about took me out. And you can choose your own adventure, but you got to make that climb either way.
Got it.
And after 29 to 30 miles and you make that climb, it's a little rough on you. But that I didn't mind. I went to the Timbers game last night.
Ooh.
That heat way worse.
And
because
also
you're not doing anything. You're just sitting there.
It's everyone's and it's pretty still because it's a little bit enclosed.
Yeah,
like at least the fan sections are.
Dude, it was.
Ooh, that could have been tough and steamy.
This is a controversial statement, but I will take the bike ride middle of the day heat versus the 7:30 kick Timbers game. The BTJ's company won a luxury suite.
Oh, nice.
At like one of the a Damian Lillard auction, and so it was last night. So it was 7:00 by the time we got there. I'm not kidding. Inside that suite, 100 degrees.
Oh,
no AC.
My God.
Open air. Holy
no AC in the suite. Okay.
Yeah, because like when you're outside and you're working out, you're prepared. Like this is gonna be hot. You're dressed for it. Like you're ready. When you're at a game and you're just like, I just felt bad. Like I was just telling everyone, I was like, I'm sorry. Like I know this doesn't look good. Just everywhere I sat,
I don't know what you want from me.
Yeah, there's just ass prints everywhere, sweat's pouring off me. I'm trying to dab my head with like napkins, and the napkins are disintegrating.
At least I feel like in that situation, everybody else at least knows what's going on.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you go to the South, like you go to New Orleans or you go to like a tailgate, and it's just sticky, oppressive hot, and all the dudes are just gonna be sweating through their shirts, and no one's judging anybody for it.
Although, when I come back, I did see something at the Timbers game. Best thing I've seen at a game in years.
Oh.
And it was just happenstance, and it was phenomenal. I couldn't figure out what was going on at first, but I'll tell you what, it had the crowd, everyone in the suites. We were all watching one thing and one thing only, and it was nothing that was happening on the pitch. Oh. And by the way, they scored 4 goals in like 20 minutes. Like it just before you blink, the Timbers were up 4-0, and no one cared because we were watching one thing and one thing only, and it was freaking phenomenal. And they should do this every single game. We'll talk about that when we come back on a post-haul edition of Primetime right here on 1080 The Fan.
The afternoon round of the
So last night, I had with the BTJ who went to the Timbers game. And normally I go with my buddy. My buddy's got the field suite. So we're down there and we're being idiots in the corner and drinking too much and enjoying the festivities. But last night we were up in the luxury suite. I'd never been up into the luxury suites there at Providence. What are the Sunset Porsche Audi luxury suites or whatever. So BTJ's company's got one of those. So we go up and we're sitting there and, there's the game kicks off or whatever. Got a couple beverages, trying to stay cool. It's not working. I'm just sitting there pouring sweat. And before I know it, I kind of glance over, and in the luxury suite right next to us, there's one dude who's just going nuts. He's losing it. Just losing it.
Like in reaction to the play that's going on the field, or like there's something else going on in his life?
No. He's yelling, he's screaming. He's
overreacting super fan type?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, holy crap. Like, geez, buddy. And I didn't even really pay any attention to what was going on other than I just kept hearing this dude yell. And, he's like 2 feet away from me, but I don't want to like be weird and like turn over and stare or anything. Cause those luxury suites, there's no wall.
Right.
I could have reached out and grabbed him.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I forgot that's like the setup for those. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, cause you have the suite and then it goes down where there's little like 3 rows of like stadium seating. And so I was sitting in the front and, I just was kind of like, oh my God, dude, like lighten up. Like it's a little early to be losing it. Right. And he was dressed like super Timbers fan. Right. He was wearing Timber shorts and like a Timbers t-shirt, like he was ready to go, like full on, like.
Oh, he was in full kit.
Well, no, he wasn't wearing a jersey, but he was in full Timbers gear.
Okay.
Like he had like like some nice Adidas soccer shoesies on with the Timbers logo on them and the shorts and the shirt and all that. And he's losing it. So the Timbers score a goal early on. I thought he was going to come out of his shorts, right? He's high-fiving people. He's like, ah! He's losing it. I was like, oh, this is my guy right here, right? I'm like, this is my man. So they score a second goal. Like I'm telling you, it's like they scored 4 goals, like right, boom, 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 boom. So they score the second one. My dude loses it even more. And next thing I know, I'm high-fiving him. I'm like, yeah! I'm like, what's up, buddy? We're slapping fives. So now I'm like, this guy's my bestie. I'm like, this guy is great. And then I realized there's no one else in his luxury suite.
He's by himself.
He's by himself. He's in.
Oh, tell me he rented it out to just go nuts by himself.
So you would think, right? So I'm like, and now at this point, I don't care anymore. I'm just staring at the guy. Right? I'm like, oh my gosh.
Forget the game. My eyes are on this person.
This guy's great. And then someone comes down and goes, hey, do you know who that is? I was like, what? I was like, do you know who that is? And I was like, no. And they're like, dude, that's the head coach.
What?
And I'm like, no.
Stop it. Because was he suspended for something?
He was suspended.
And you're sitting there broing out with him.
That's Phil Neville. He was suspended for yellow cards.
Amazing.
So they stuck him up
right next to you
in one of the suites. And so they're like, no, dude, someone was like, dude, that's one of the coaches. And I was like, and I looked at him, handsome guy, by the way. And I was like,
oh yeah, strapping lad.
Strapping lad. Used to play, played for England for all those years. And I was like, dude, I think that's the main guy. Now that I look at him, so of course, I go to the phone.
Holy crap, it is
and
him.
I'm like, Phil Neville. I'm like, oh my God. So I now turned to him, I'm like, dude, that's not one of the guys. I'm like, that's the main guy. It's like, that's their head coach. And they're like, what? Is he up here for a better view? And I was like, I think he's suspended. And by the way, I don't know what he's allowed to do, what he's not allowed to do, but my man was up there making, like there was someone down on the field that and we were at the 3rd level of suites, right? Like at the top. My man is yelling down to the field and getting I don't know who Richie is.
You know what we need? Connor Stallions on the scene.
We do need Connor Stallions. My guy's like, Richie! And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way, Rich. Sure enough,
Richie turns around.
And then he's like giving him like hand, like it's a whole thing. And then like he's listening to a message on his phone. He's yelling, and then they score like the 3rd goal. My man gets up and starts breakdancing. He's just like spinning. He's high-fiving everybody.
I love this.
He's high-fiving the suite next to, like, because there's 2 suites right on each side of him. One on each side. He's high-fiving that, and at this point, everyone has figured out that this is the head coach. So everyone down below, even in the regular seats, no one anymore is watching the game. Everyone has turned around, and they're watching my man Phil. I watched the entire game next to the Timbers coach. Dude, that dude is freaking awesome.
That's incredible.
The best experience I've ever had at a soccer game was watching that dude. Turns out watching a head coach watch the game is
Really
better,
fun.
Is way better than watching the game. And by the way, the Timbers were dominant last night. They kicked the hell out of Nashville, and it didn't matter. I couldn't take my eyes off that guy.
I feel like we see it, maybe not as much with coaches, but you see a lot with like GMs and suites who are like brooding and stirring and stuff like that. But this is a whole other world. I don't know what the rules are behind it. I know that there have been coaches, even in current, like in Copa America, I think maybe it was like the Uruguay or Argentina coach was suspended for a game, and he was up in a suite. And I think the rule is you can't have digital communications.
No, he didn't. He had nothing.
Right, but it doesn't stop them from trying to give signals.
Yeah. Well, I was sitting there thinking to myself at the beginning when everyone was trying to figure out why he was up there. And so originally my first thought was, is this like because I was saying, hey, in football, the offensive and defensive coordinators will sit up in the press box because you can see the entire field. And I was like, they don't do that in soccer. I was like, no, I mean, we sit down, like the seats my buddy has are on the field, and I see the coach. And then I sat there and I was like, if he was up here, he would have some way to communicate other than, Richie!
I think he's not allowed that way to communicate.
No, and so that's when I was like, oh no, he's suspended. He can't. He's cut off. But he can still yell?
Maybe they shouldn't be letting him in the building, but that's not going to stop Phil Neville.
I don't know. I thought it was adorable when I originally thought he was just a fan trying to yell down at someone on the field. But that son of a gun.
And now I want to know more about his gear.
Yeah.
So, he's not a kit? Like, was he a scarf?
No.
So just like a jacket and some shorts?
Like you were going to the gym. Like incognito style. Because again, having been, I for the last couple of years, I am soccer souk. And because we're down in that corner, we spent a lot of time looking at the different things that are going on, because we're not like giant soccer fans. So we spent a lot of time looking at the strength conditioning coaches that go warm up the players. Because like midway through the game, they send a bunch of players over to the corner and they do dumb warm-up drills. And there's always like a hunky-looking strength conditioning coach that's very well put together. Like in like I mean to do this Adidas like track soccer suit.
Sure.
Like it looks good. It's like athletic fit, all team issued stuff. They're very dialed in.
Okay.
Right? My man's up there just I'm telling you, that Timbers t-shirt he got that at Goodwill. That was just like some raggedy old oversized shirt. And they had like on long Timber shorts, like past his knees, and then some nice like Timber.
Did you grab something out of the donation bin or something?
I don't know. I was like, is he not? That's why I was wondering.
He's the manager of the team.
Was he supposed to go incognito? Normally, I would assume he'd dress a little nicer, but it was so hot.
Yeah, would that make you more or less incognito, though?
I don't know. But the gig was up after like the third goal when everyone figured out that is indeed was him. And then I loved that he embraced it. And once he started high-fiving everyone, that became he is my favorite coach in all of sports.
So is Dancing Neville a thing now?
I don't know, dude. When that third goal hit, he turned, high-fives me. By the way, Phil Neville, double high-fiver.
Oh, okay.
He's a two-hander. And I'll admit, there was a little bit of a grab.
Oh.
We didn't interlock fingers, but we did have a double high-five slap.
That was like a
grab followed by a couple shakes.
Oh, okay.
Then he turns and he does a nice spin move. You could tell, man, he's a former athlete. It was a great spin move he had. He spins away from me and he goes, and now he's got to go high-five the people on the other suite, and then he did a lap. He was so worked up, he did a lap around the suite. I love that guy.
I love it too.
Dude's freaking awesome. It's the best thing.
I don't know that I've really seen that
at a Timbers game.
I've even seen suspended coaches in a suite before, but they're with other people. They're not by themselves. That's great.
Yeah, there was not another person in. And then I went and looked because now the curiosity got the best of me. He had a security guard in front of his door. So you couldn't wander in because my first instinct was when they're blowing him out, I was like, dude, if he's there at half. Do I go over? Do I,
just hop in the booth and?
Oh, I mean, like he could. By that point, he is. I knew he was suspended, so he can't go down and talk to the team.
Right.
So I was like, dude, he's just going to be milling around on his own. I think I make a move. I mean, clearly, me and Phil now have a bond. I mean, we've high-fived. We've got some sort of rapport. Some sort of rapport going on, and I thought about it. Do I make the move? But no. He had a security guard in front, and then he retreated to kind of the back half of the suite during the half, so I didn't really get any one-on-one bro time.
Sure, and maybe that was he didn't want the one-on-one time. He just needed to be up front for when the action was happening.
Dude was awesome. The Nashville scored a goal to make it like 4-1, but they were offsides. That may have been the best. His reaction to that call when it was offsides may have been better than any of the goals.
When it got called back?
When it got called back. Yeah. Dude was dialed in. You would think at that point you're up 4-0, like you're fine. No. The intensity that Phil brought to the table, even a couple times, even kind of apologized to the people next to him. He's like, sorry, it's a little worked up. And we were like, dude, you be you. He's a railing slapper. Like he slaps the railing in front. It was the best.
I feel like, Isaac has his man crush on Dan Lanning. I feel like you might be a Phil Neville guy.
100%. No offense to Dan Lanning.
None. No. Just
I think my official sports crush is Phil.
Love it.
He's a handsome man. He was on the English team. He was on the English national team for years and years. I like what he's got going. So I think the next step is I think we need to get Phil on the show, and I think I need to ask him. I'm like, hey, I'm sure you remember this as vividly as I do, but I know this is you think this is the first time that we've spoken, but Phil, we've shared moments before. You might remember me from such moments as double high five after the second goal of the Nashville game during your suspension.
Well, although there can't be too many times in his career that he has had to cheer from the booth because of suspension, so I bet it's memorable to him. It stands out. You're a part of a core memory.
I just to tell you, as the best thing, people are like, hey, what was the best thing you did over the 4th of July weekend?
Double high five with Phil Neville.
Double high five watching Phil. Just watching him watch the game. And unfortunately now the suspension is over and he's going to go back down to the field. But it was just great to see the entire, because everyone down below at that point, anytime something happened in the game, good or bad, everyone just whipped around.
Snapped their heads back.
Snapped their heads around to see what he had going on. It's freaking fantastic.
I love it.
Yeah. It's a highlight of my day. So, Phil, if you're out there listening to this fine program, just know I love the Timbers, and more importantly, I love you. I can't get enough of you. It's freaking fantastic. Maybe even enough to make me root for England from a time or two.
Ooh, they are in the semis.
I know. They've moved their way on to the semis. And there's no other real country there that I particularly root for. My allegiance lies with Scotland, having lived there, and the Scots kind of hate the English. But the one soccer riot I've been in my life, the English and the Scots, we got together to fight the Germans.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When I was there at the Scotland.
Good teamwork.
Yeah, I was there at the Scotland-Germany friendly, and all the English hooligans came up. And when I asked my Scottish hooligan friends, who I was at the game with, why the English were there, that's when they informed me that, we don't like the English, but we hate the Germans.
Okay.
And so I have partied, and this is the other one I kind of wonder, because that would have been, because I think Phil's like 47, 48. Is it possible that he was on some of those English teams when I was bumming around Scotland? I may have rioted with some of his biggest fans.
May have been in the same stadium as him before on the other side of the Atlantic.
Yes, and those English fans taught me the great chant against the Germans of 2 world wars and 1 World Cup. Doodah, doodah. 2 world wars and 1 World Cup. Yeah, they liked taunting the Germans. And then we got together in a parking lot and beat the hell out of each other with wooden and metal sticks.
That sounds less appealing to me.
But that was all right.
I did see that movie Green Street Hooligans once. That's as close as I've gotten.
Oh yeah, dude. I like when the English hooligans come up, I was like, ooh.
Yeah, they're serious. The whole no colors in all the bars and.
Yeah, I thought we had some good the guys that I went with. I thought the Scottish hooligans were kind of, those were some rough guys. No, the English guys. And I love my Scotland bros, but I'm telling you, the English hooligans.
Way more hardcore?
Way more hardcore. Which is why I think we all teamed up to hate on the Germans. And I will say definitively, the Germans kicked the Scots' ass in that friendly. We won the riot. And it wasn't even close. We may not be able to play soccer up there in Scotland, but we can riot. We can swing a metal stick like you wouldn't believe. So there's my Phil Neville highlight. Now we got to work on getting him on the program because now I feel like me and Phil, like we've got a friendship growing now. I feel like this is going to be a catalyst. We were asking over on Friday with Joey Harrington, how do I become more of a soccer fan? I think it just started. I think it just started.
Yeah, the Vancouver Ford text line is in saying Phil Neville is going to replace the Hamburglar in Sook's Operation Best Friend.
Yeah. Well, look, I've been trying to befriend the raccoon in my backyard for like 6 years now, and I'm not making any progress. I've yet to high five a raccoon. You know who I have high fived? Phil Neville. Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Operation Best Friend. I think it's time to shift. We come back. We talk a little Olympic basketball. We got some NFL news. So we'll jump around a little bit, including, unfortunately, I got to talk about something, and I don't want to because it pains me, but my God, the headlines that I saw this weekend over one particular thing, I have never in my life seen more dishonest and BS journalism, and people should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. Here, though, Buck with SportsCenter.
Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
Bedford Ford text line. Loving soccer Souk stories. Buck, you got to call and ask for an interview with the head coach of the Timbers. We can surprise Souk with a segment since Rob's gone this week. If you are going to get a Timbers interview, it probably should be while Rob's gone.
I would kind of like to get Phil Neville on the show, unannounced to Rob, and him just walk into it. I think that might be the best. But yeah, we could effort that.
Boy, you got to be careful. Be careful of that. We've had a hockey interview over the years, once or twice. Once we did Matt Lindland, who's an old he fought in the UFC for years and years. He's a local guy. This was like at the very beginning of Primetime, like 18 years ago. And Matt came on. He had like his own, it was called like Sport Fight. He had his own little promotion he was doing. And you got to be careful with Rob Brock walking into something that he doesn't know, doesn't care, or doesn't respect. It can get interesting. I thought Matt was gonna reach across and just slap Rob. In a shocking development, Rob doesn't care much for fighting.
So what's the big deal? You guys just like hit each other?
Yeah, there was little of that. I was like, oh, like easy, big fella, easy. And someone saying, did I see the Pickles promotion? Yeah, the Pickles had Hawk 2 night.
They sure did.
Yeah, they had stripper night out there. I guess they brought out a bunch of strippers, some sassies. And Dylan the Pickle had like a Borat bikini on out there.
Yeah.
Dude, the Pickles are fantastic.
Pickle hammock, if you will.
The Pickles are fantastic.
I like that because of like being independent, they have license to kind of do whatever they want and get away with it, and they lean into it so hard. They know what it's about. It's the whole thing is a bit, and everybody loves it. And if it's not for you, then you don't have to play along with the bit.
Exactly, because you do stripper night, and that may bother some people.
You don't have to go, and that person can still come over for the Grateful Dead night or the slumber party night or whatever else they got going on.
Yeah, and they said I guess strippers got in free. How do you prove that you're? Is there like a stripper union card?
Bring a pay stub?
I don't know how that works. Aren't they independent contractors?
Yeah, I don't.
Although one of the taverns right up here unionized. Remember that? We had that going on for a while. There was a
Magic Tavern. They were like picketing.
The Magic Tavern right above us. Yeah, they were trying to unionize. I think they were trying to become the first union, like local union 232. Bunch of Teamsters up there now peeling it off at the Magic Tavern.
Hell yeah, ladies, get yours.
I don't know how that works. All right, so I get that I'm probably feeding into this, and it's my hypocrisy knows no bounds. And I guess in reality, I should just be ignoring it. But at the same time, it's hard for me to ignore because I am kind of blown away by one particular story. I've been doing this now for 20 years. And I've said on the program so many times, what me and Rob do, we are not journalists. Okay, we're just not.
Yeah, I tried to shout you out on Sports Journalist Day, and you're like, "Not me, not what I do."
Yeah, well, we're not. We're not journalists. We're just not. Like, we're not here. We that was the old Ron Piva. Why don't you go break a story? Oh, cool. Oh, way to go, Ron. Yeah, because I'm sure over at KGW you're breaking so many stories or whatever the hell you're doing. Like, there are journalists, and I respect journalists wholeheartely. In fact, I think one of the scary things is it feels like independent journalism is dying. I really do. And it just is. And I feel like independent sports journalism absolutely is in trouble. But when you look at some of the work that was done with like the Balco story and some of the the big,
enterprising big stories.
Yes. Yeah. And that is done is because there are organizations out there that still have the autonomy and the resources to pay really good investigative reporters to go out and find the truth. And at the core of me, I believe in media. I really do. Like, without media, we're screwed. Like, and I know right now we're living in a time where no one, it's the mainstream media. I love that one. So this idea that nothing, if it comes from a mainstream media source, there's no way it can possibly be right. But if some dip ass on the internet makes a tweet about it, then we're like, well, he's independent.
Yeah, if it's the 7th thing down that's been upvoted on a Reddit thread, then it must be real.
It's unbelievable the amount of just morons that we have. There was literally a very, very popular political pundit recently who came out and said that she's not a flat earther, she's not a round earther. She wanted to make sure that she's not of the cult of science. Like
Earth agnostic? Earth science agnostic?
Unbelievable. How dumb do you have to be like, well, I don't support the flat earth theory, but I'm not buying into this round earth thing either. Like, I do my own research. Really, dumbass? We're at the point, we've been to the moon. We've taken photos of the Earth, and yet we're still having to have debates of whether or not the flat earthers and the round earthers. No, one is right, one is wrong. So I do believe that we need good journalism. And I do think there are people out there that are doing good journalism. But I kid you not, I have never in my 20 years of sports journalism or being in the sports journalism world, because I'm not one of them. How about I'm journalism adjacent, right? I'm next
Journalism
door.
adjacent.
Yeah, I'm the ADU. If journalism is a house, I'm the Arthur Fonzarelli of it. I live above the garage, right? I'm in a
Fair.
studio
I like that.
apartment above the garage.
Sure.
I can see journalism from where I sleep. And I honestly cannot remember a more dishonest set of journalists, I don't know what you call it, like journalistic integrity, than what I'm seeing in the Bronny James thing. And it pains me because, like I said, on one spot, I'm like, dude, I should just ignore it. But they're so egregious at times that someone out there should be calling these people out. And by the way, this isn't fringe journalism. These are people with ESPN. These are people writing for Yahoo Sports. These are big media outlets. Bronny James played in his first preseason game, his summer league game in the California Classic, right? He played was it against Golden State? Or was it Sacramento in
Sacramento?
Golden State?
It was
in Sacramento, but it was in Golden
correct.
State.
Yeah, but it was against the Kings.
He went 2 for 9 for 4 points.
Yep.
2 for 9, 4 points. Played 20 plus minutes. And got his ankles broken multiple times on defense. Didn't look good at all. I want you to, these are real headlines that I pulled. Real headlines from major news organizations in wake of a summer league performance where he
From
went
the 55th overall draft pick.
2 for 9 with a guaranteed $8 million contract. 2 for 9. Bronny James dazzles with step back jumper in summer league debut.
Dazzles.
Bronny James proves he belongs in the NBA.
Okay.
James shows upside in debut. Those are real headlines. Real headlines. And each one of those articles, there was another one on ESPN that said, things we gleaned from Bronny James's debut, and it was a glowing report. They focused on one play where he intercepted a pass and led a fast break.
Cool. He played basketball one time.
It's just, it's unbelievable to me.
I'm
and
with
now
you, though,
we're making a comparison to Tim Tebow. This is the other one that's coming out today, is that we're trying to say, is it gone too far, and is this Tim Tebow? If I'm Tim Tebow, I'm enraged. Tim Tebow is a 2-time national champion. Tim Tebow is a Heisman Trophy winner.
Mm-hmm.
Tim Tebow is one of the greatest college quarterbacks of all time. Tim Tebow
He's a veritable legend.
Was a high round draft pick. Bronny James is someone's kid that averaged 4 points in one season at USC and got drafted damn near the last pick in the draft, and the only reason he was there is because his dad forced his team, and yet we're now saying that
and their agent threatened everyone else not to. Yeah, all of that.
And yet we're just, these headlines keep coming.
Dazzling debut.
That was from MSN.com, by the way. And the other one was from Yahoo Sports. James proves he belongs. James shows tremendous upside. He's 2 of 9. And then, by the way,
it makes me curious. Are people? I mean, obviously there are some people, but like the Yahoo Sports one, did someone put their name on that, or was that like a staff report, or like a, you know what I mean? Because I want to know if someone, are journalists or remaining journalists staking their reputations on this stuff, because that would be foolish at this point. Or is it just companies saying we got to put pieces out like this because they get hits and clicks and people read them and spend time on our site?
That's what I'm blown away by.
Yeah.
I would love to know. I wish someone at one of these organizations would come out and say, I am literally being told what to write.
Right.
I am. This is what I am being told, because we know at ESPN, we know in the past that they have been, like with the Tim Tebow thing, they were like, hey, cover Tim Tebow.
Yeah.
Tim Tebow drives us.
There's absolutely an edict to cover Bronny hard right now.
And I think there's a difference. I really do. There's a difference. Like, I'm talking about Bronny James right now. There's a difference between saying, hey, people are interested in this, let's cover him. I think there's a big difference between that and telling NBA journalists, write a pile of crap. Literally lie and say that he looked good in his debut. Literally lie and say that he proved that he belonged. And then in the same article, talk about how Summer League doesn't mean anything when you just got done writing a guy that went 2 for 9, showed tremendous upside, and he proved that he can be useful. I've never seen more dishonest. And I don't care if you write an opinion. I don't care if you're Stephen A. Smith. You're paid to spew, Stephen A. Smith is like me. That dude's not a journalist. He thinks he's a journalist, but he's not. He's just paid to go up and be a blowtorch and throw out opinions. But when you're writing articles, when you're breaking down games,
when you're spending time on pregame shows and highlight shows, and I mean, clearly this is only about the digital metrics to me, because I can't see that, or the average sports fan in this country or across the globe is just so stupid that this is the most intriguing headline. One of the two. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just, it's really kind of shocking to me. And I keep thinking that eventually we're going to reach a tipping point and people are going to have to start being honest about what this kid is. And it makes me kind of feel bad for him. But at the same time, every time he or his dad opens his mouth, it makes me like them less and root against them.
Yep.
LeBron went on this big, long spew today about how Bronny hears nothing.
I saw that.
He's like, no, Bronny doesn't hear anything. He's like, you can hate on him all you want. He doesn't hear anything. He doesn't read anything. I do. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you've created the kid that's just so insulated that nothing bothers him. He's blocked everything out. It's like every time someone in the Laker organization, including the two of them, open their mouth, it makes me want to root against them more. And that sucks, because it should be at its heart, it should be a pretty good story. One of the truly great NBA players of all time, and he had a goal to play with this kid, and yeah, it got really cheesy manufactured, but you made it happen. But the more this goes on and the more this coverage,
stop making it basketball. It's not. It's a Hallmark story.
Yes. You want to make it a Hallmark story? Great. It's becoming Rudy. Rudy isn't a real story. Someone took a little anecdote that happened at Notre Dame
and made it a Disney blockbuster.
And didn't care about anything involving the truth whatsoever. They just put something out, and we're watching it in real time. We're literally watching a Rudy situation happen before our very eyes, and 90% of the national media are complacent in it, and that's the part that I think bothers me more than anything else. Is when you, whether it's sports or whether it's news or whether it's politics or anything, I guess I still have the naive opinion that if you are writing for a major publication, there is some form of integrity involved. And at this point, when it comes to those two and that team,
feels like it's gone.
It's gone.
Yeah.
We're just being sold something for a Hallmark story and that we want it to be a feel good. And for me, it does the exact opposite. It's not a feel good. To me, it just seems like an absolute pile.
Puts a bad taste in your mouth. It makes it feel unsavory, and it makes it feel like it was forced at you. And it could be cool if it is this father-son special bonding thing, but now that it's like, oh, look at him earning his spot on the basketball court, it doesn't work.
2 of 9, 4 points, couldn't defend anyone, and yet James proves he belongs and can be useful in the NBA. Great headline. All right, we come back, we'll actually talk about real basketball and someone making a giant impression on the Olympic stage. Primetime when we come back.
Built for power,
LeBron James is the NBA's #1 helicopter mom. Yes. I got nothing against LeBron James, but I think he looks ridiculous in this whole thing.
Yeah.
I'll give him all the credit in the world. That guy has lived up to the hype. He's never put himself in a bad situation. I have nothing but respect for LeBron, but he looks ridiculous. Him and his son in this whole thing look ridiculous because they refuse to just to admit that the emperor has no clothes. What's another one? Also, share your frustration with Bronny coverage, but this also has something to do with it being a slow sports period. Absolutely. It's a slow sports period, and so people are looking for things. But this was leading up to the draft, too, when it wasn't slow.
Yeah.
I mean, he dominated that as well. He said, we have decided...
We talked more about Bronny, and not we, the basketball world talked more about Bronny leading into the draft than any of the other draft content combined. Who was going up, like Richardson versus versus Alex Sarr. No one gave a rip about that.
They have decided at high levels that this will be a story and will continue to be a story. And it's not going away.
Comment on the YouTube thread says it's plain view gaslighting, 100%.
Yeah, it's beyond ridiculous. And I'm just interested to see when it dies, because eventually it has to die. Like, at some point, the kid can't play. And so you're going to have to face the reality.
It dies when it stops getting clicks. That's what's going to happen, I think.
Yeah. Either that or it dies when it crashes and burns. And, if they try to force him out there and he gets embarrassed and his dad, because it's one thing when it's happening in Summer League. It's a whole other thing if they're having to do this crap once the regular season begins. And you run the risk of being a laughingstock. Now, who's not a laughingstock is, USA Basketball right now going for the gold. And they've assembled quite a little team there. And they always pick the USA Select team to compete against, right? And it's made up of young up-and-coming NBA players.
Yeah, I think Peyton Pritchard's on it this year.
Peyton Pritchard's on it. Jaquez is on it. Brandon Miller's on it. And for the first time in a number of years, we have a college kid that made it. That college kid being Cooper Flagg.
Yeah,
and
flags!
Today there is a bunch of clips coming out. I guess Team USA beat the select team 74-73. Anthony Davis had a nice block at the end to kind of seal it. And look, these scrimmages aren't the end of the world. I mean, we've seen legendary ones where, Coach K brought in a bunch of his guys and they beat the USA team, and then the USA team gets pissed and comes back. And, these things happen and it's competitive. And these guys are NBA players, it's except for Cooper Flagg. But it was interesting that out of today's little scrimmage that they had, the big story out of that was Cooper Flagg.
That he's awesome.
Yes.
He was giving the Team USA team buckets. He was handing it to him.
And Cooper Flagg has been the story, I guess, at all these practices where people are like, dude. And if you don't know who Cooper Flagg is the reason why Portland should lose every single game next year. We've talked about this so many times with the Blazers of where do the Blazers go next? Finding that guy. Because no offense to Scoot and Shaden and Klingon, these guys all may end up being nice, solid NBA players, but solid NBA players don't win in the NBA. Stars win in the NBA. LeBron James wins in the NBA. Anthony Edwards wins in the NBA. And we've been told that this coming draft has 3 or 4 of those guys, and the #1 guy being Cooper Flagg, who, by the way, is 17 years old.
Yeah.
And a 17-year-old kid that's going to be a freshman at Duke played on this select team against Team USA.
And scored pretty easily.
And apparently was the story down there, where even some of the NBA guys are like, holy crap.
Yeah, Ben Golliver's a friend of the station and is on with Dirt and Sprague pretty frequently, and he was down there, and he videoed a lot of this. And so a lot of the clips going around are Ben Golliver's. You can check out his timeline and see some of the step-back buckets, how he fades off the pick and roll. Like, he shows a ton of, I guess, just his movements and stuff. He looks really basketball mature for a 17-year-old kid.
And his body doesn't look like that of a 17-year-old
kid.
No. This is gonna be interesting because every now and then, you get a generational like prospect that lives up to the hype. And I'm not saying it's LeBron, but LeBron was one of those kids. We heard at 16, hey, LeBron is this good, and he was. Bryce Harper was this, and he was this good. Connor McDavid in hockey was this, and he was this good. Like you hear early on people talking about these kids. And Cooper Flagg has been talked about this way for 2 years. And before he ever steps on a college basketball floor, he's already getting this sort of love playing against the best team and the best players in the world. That's why the goal for this year for the Blazers and anyone else that isn't a serious contender, lose. And lose in the worst possible way and give yourself the very best chance of finding Cooper Flagg on your team next year.
And that's not to say that someone like Cooper Flagg couldn't be a bust, but everybody who ends up being generational, anybody who turns into a Wemby or one of those, they come with that years of hype that he's getting. So he might not end up being that guy, but if he is, that's why.
Most of the time that you hear about players like this, they have lived up, believe it or not, they have lived up to the billing. And he is being talked about, maybe not quite the way that Wemby is, because he's not 7 feet,
not an alien freak.
Not an alien freak, but by all accounts, Cooper Flagg is doing everything that people expected him to do and then some. So Operation lose as many games as possible for the Blazers. There you go. What do you want to see next year from the Blazers? A lot of lower back injuries and a lot of lost games, and Cooper Flagg on your roster next year. What's going to make Scoot and everyone look better? Cooper Flagg. What's going to sell seats? Cooper Flagg. There you go. Impressive moments for a 17-year-old down there, given, again, some of the best players in the world the business. All right, when we come back, we'll shift gears, maybe talk a little NFL and some tragedy coming out of the world of college football and the NFL. Really, really sad stuff there. So a couple more things to get to, and then we'll move on to In the News and the Hot 5 at 5, of course, Club 1080. 3 more hours still to go. Primetime here on The Fan. Yeah, flags!
I'm PJ Glasser, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. On Wednesday, England faces the Netherlands in the semifinals of Euro 2024. England was the pre-tournament favorite at plus 350 coming in, but has been fortunate to win the last 2 games. I think a lot of people are looking forward to betting against England, but I am not one of them. I'll bet them to qualify at minus 130 and advance to the final. I'm PJ Glasser. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, I'm Brett Podolsky, co-founder of The Farmer's Dog. We make fresh food for dogs. We started the company when we
come in, 1 down, 3 to go. No Isaac Robb today, still battling the COVID. Leads the league in COVID though, so it's good. Like we try to be at the forefront of things here at the Fan. So Rob's doing the Lord's work over there. Dominating COVID. I guess he's actually really sick again. He's the only person I know that has COVID this many times and actually gets like seriously sick from it. But somehow he finds a way to recover. He just gets right to the bad part, but like no hospital trips or anything. He just gets sick really bad. But I guess he's still testing positive for COVID. So
I loved COVID.
Just saying. No COVID or no Rob today. We're not expecting. We're hoping maybe the golf tournament. That's our fingers crossed. But we got you here. I think Buck may slide over to a couple shows with me later this week, so we'll see what happens. Vancouver 4 text line, we were talking about Cooper Flagg. Someone said Cooper Flagg, a.k.a. the Great White Hope. Yeah, that's probably true.
Not far off.
No, I mean, and you can say this too about like Caitlin Clark. Like we have such a weird time in our country talking about race relations. Like it really is like kind of embarrassing. Like anytime Caitlin Clark gets brought up,
Caitlin Clark is white.
that's the first thing we do.
Mm-hmm.
And I guarantee with Cooper Flagg, he's this generational player.
Oh boy.
And
yeah.
you know we're going to hear about it. And then we're going to hear from people that are going to be like, why is Cooper Flagg getting all this hype? And is it because he's white? You know, it's such a weird, awkward thing. But yes, there are a lot of people in this country that if you're a white person from the Midwest that isn't very good at sports, you're probably going to be rooting for the white guy. Like when you are in a sport where 70% of it doesn't look like you, and someone that does, although I don't know, you can really say that he does. He's like a 6'9" white guy that's super athletic.
Yeah, he's still listed at 6'8". Obviously, he could still be growing at 17. But I think the difference is like even when you get a Chet or a Porzingis, who I know is European, but like the white guys who've been the hope, they're all really flippin' tall. They're not this 3-and-D like can grind with all the other best players in the league in the 6'6" to 6'10" range.
Is it wrong? I'm asking a question, and I can get canceled for this, and someone can yell and scream. But is it really wrong for a bunch of white people that grew up not being very good at sports to root for the white guy who's gonna break the mold?
No, there's nothing wrong with that.
When Cooper DeJean, if you don't know, we haven't had a white corner in the NFL since Jason Sehorn, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Like when Cooper DeJean next year, who did he get drafted by the way?
Eagles, I think.
Is he in Philly? When Cooper DeJean rolls out and it's a white corner, is it racist that a bunch of white people are going to be like, oh my God, we have a white corner? It's like when we have like Christian McCaffrey's like the best running back in the league, and people are like, oh my God, there's a white guy.
Yeah, if a white running back wins the MVP, it feels like a throwback to the 60s.
Sorry. Last time I checked, African Americans do really well in sports. A lot better than what we got going on over here as white dudes. And so when there is someone that breaks out and race becomes such a thing, it drives me crazy that in 2024 we're still having to have this whole Stephen A. Smith, Caitlin Clark is white. Yes, she's white. And she's very, very popular. And so is Angel Reese, and that's okay. It's okay for people to identify with people.
Yeah, it does.
It's okay to say that someone looks like me or someone comes from the same area as me. It's why
we don't have to pick sides.
No, but it's why a lot of times you see someone like you hear about it where a gymnast, Simone Biles or whatever, and there'll be like a little African American girl that's like, how awesome is it to see someone that looks like me, that's out there and living my dream. Well, the same can be true for a lot of awkward, unathletic white guys who aren't ever going to be good athletes. And then they see Cooper Flagg or they see Cooper DeJean and they're like, hey, all right, we got one. We got a white corner.
By the way,
we got a white star basketball player. There's nothing wrong with that. That doesn't have to become the most hate-filled rant. Like, can't we just laugh about it a little bit?
The Eagles also have a white safety in Reed Blankenship.
Yeah, Reed Blankenship.
And so when they did their media guide photo day stuff, they had the two of them go out and do bro hugs and dap ups. The comments on these photos are incredible.
Yeah, it's
we can have fun with it.
Yeah, can we lighten up just a scooch? Look, because there's some really, really bad racism that still goes on in our country and has been in our country forever, and unfortunately probably will go on forever. But we're trying to get better. But sports is one of those areas where you would hope that we can put it behind us, but whether it's the Jokic MVP thing or whether it's the Caitlin Clark and now we're going to have to deal with the Cooper Flagg, can can we just lighten up?
No, we can't.
Just
Not even a little bit.
Just a scooch. Just everyone. Sports is such a great melting pot because when you're inside locker rooms, race really ceases to matter. You're all brothers, whether you're white, black. A lot of times now we even moving beyond some of the sexual orientation stuff. I know there's still a stigma around there, but we've had a couple openly gay NFL players, and if that can happen, it can pop up in other sports. Like sports can be one of those areas that leads. And I hate when the media, again, goes back to that. We're trying to drag it back and turn it into something ugly that it doesn't have to be there.
Well, the sad thing to
Clark
me,
and Angel Reese doesn't have to be a race war. And Cooper Flagg versus Ace Bailey, who's another one of like the big high-profile recruits next year, who's going to be maybe the number 2 overall pick. It doesn't have to be if you're white, you root for Cooper Flagg, and if you're black, you root for Ace, and if you cross, then you're terrible.
well, honestly, the sad thing to me, and this goes back into the Bronny thing and frustrations with the media, I think making a collective group of people more mad keeps them coming back for more TV, for more news, for whatever. I mean, it's the political news formula right now. You get people upset about something, they're going to come back and watch more of it. So I almost feel like it's this low-hanging baiting that's going on, and it's not as much of an issue as anyone makes it, but people keep coming back to it, and it keeps delivering metrics, and it keeps delivering clicks, and it keeps delivering eyeballs, and it sucks.
I've told this story, and I got hate for it, and I don't care, because to this day, I still find it one of my favorites. And I had a dear friend at BYU. His name was Brian McDonald. I loved Brian. And Brian was from South Central Los Angeles, and he ended up at BYU. And by the way, he's like a super Mormon guy now. He converted when he was there, and like he's like in a bishopric. Couldn't be a nicer kid. Well, now a nicer man. But I loved like the fact that Brian was from South Central and ended up at BYU. Loved it. We loved going back and forth. And we were playing Mississippi State one year, and we were playing them in Provo. And our entire offense, that entire starting offense that we had, because one of our receivers ended up being hurt. I guess we had a Polynesian kid, but we were all white.
Could you mix in a black?
We were all white except we had one Polynesian guy who played in the slot, and then our running back was Brian McDonald, who was black. And we were standing there at one of the TV timeouts, like midway through the first or second quarter or whatever, and I looked over, and when you're in TV timeout, you just stand on the ball. Like you've already broken the huddle, so you're just standing.
Yep.
You're standing there face to face, and so you got a lot of downtime, and you're just kind of, sometimes you talk to each other or you talk across the line or whatever. And I looked up, and I noticed that Mississippi State was all black except for their free safety. Their free safety was white.
So you guys were like racial inverses of each other.
Yes. And so I started joking as we were standing there. I turned and I said, "Hey, Mac." I called Mac. I said, "Hey, what if during the break, like, what if we just traded you?" He's like, what are you talking about? I'm like, what if we just swapped? Like, we made a trade. And Donald's like, "Hey, man." He's like, "F you, Sukanik." And he starts laughing. And so then I started talking to the safety from Mississippi
Hey, buddy.
State. So I was like, "Come on, you're going to be more comfortable over here." It's like, "It's fine." It's like, the religious stuff isn't weird as you think. I'm like, "Yeah, you can wear the magic underwear." I'm like, "Come on board." And we all, like, it was fun. It was fun. We ought to laugh. And some guys were like, "Oh, man, F you." But it was like, just lighten up. Because sports sometimes can do that. Sports sometimes can be under that area where we lead from it. And I hate when we take something that doesn't have to be a story, or if it is a story, we can make fun of, and we can poke fun at something and try to move on and turn it into something healthy and positive, as opposed to making it, the Caitlin Clark thing. Because the Caitlin Clark thing really has become a dumb race
It's
war.
a bummer.
And I'm afraid that the Cooper Flag thing is going to become that.
It is going to
It's
be.
gonna
At least at the
become
rate we're at.
Yeah, it's disappointing. All right, we come back. What?
Stock watch.
Stock watch. Buckley has put together a stock watch, and I'll do it by myself because there's no one here to buy or sell. So I guess I will win either way. Stock watch. We come back. Primetime here on the Fan.
The Blazers are dealing. Primetime Stock Watch is brought to you by 1-800-DIVORCE. When you need to take stock of your rights, 1-800-DIVORCE is on your side. Call 1-800-DIVORCE today.
They're good dudes over there. Shout out to Colin, helping a buddy of mine as we speak. No one wants to do it, but, when it happens, it's good to have good dudes on your side. All right, this is where Buckley puts together his award-winning stock watch, and then I crap all over it.
Award-winning?
Award-winning.
Where's my hardware?
Yeah, it's more like a ham you get. You get like a coupon. It's not really a free ham. You get like a discounted ham.
Sure.
Like 25% off, like a honey bake,
Good with that. I still love a ham. That's good.
Well, who doesn't? Ham's delicious.
Have a bit of a potpourri for you today. Have Team USA basketball leading things off. As you mentioned, Cooper Flagg and the select team playing against the Team USA getting them prepped for the Olympics in Paris. Anthony Edwards had some media availability, and he said this about his role on the team.
I'm still the number one option. Yeah. I mean, y'all might look at it differently. I don't look at it no differently. Yeah.
And how does that influence you? How do you go about it? You go about it the same?
Yeah, I just go out there and be myself, shoot my shots, play defense, and, they got to fit in and play around me. That's how I feel. Yeah.
So
I love that guy.
I do too. I really love Anthony Edwards. In fact,
bring gas.
One of my favorite drops. And also,
I see y'all for Game 7.
He's a gem.
He is a gem.
But buy or sell, Anthony Edwards actually believes he's a number one option on a team with LeBron James, Stephen Curry, Kevin Durant, and others.
Yeah, I think Anthony Edwards believes everything about himself. This is the guy that believes he could start right now in the NBA, or excuse me, the NFL. He believes that he could be a scratch golfer. He's just one of those dudes that is hyper competitive, and he's clearly his resume is nowhere near some of these others. You can make the argument though at his age, Steph isn't what he used to be. LeBron's not what he used to be. I mean, you could make the argument.
Oh, for sure.
That Anthony Edwards is...
He might be the best athlete in the group.
But, God, Jason Tatum's coming off a world championship and a first-team All-NBA. Embiid's an MVP. I mean, there's a lot of really good players. So, is he the best player? I don't know. Does he believe he's the best player? Yes. And you'll see, by the way, in these scrimmages, this stuff tends to sort itself out. If you've ever been to... either an all-state game or an all-American game or anything like that. That was my experience, as a high school player. Or if you go play in a senior bowl, when you get an all-star group of people together, the alphas naturally emerge. You just, you're all there. No one wants to back down. And some dudes are interested in competing for it. Others, and who may be the best, just aren't interested in playing those games. They're like, whatever, dude, I don't care.
Yeah, there's a history of these scrimmages that goes all the way back to the first Dream Teams and the Redeem Team as well. Like, guys who, it's kind of an indicator of personality, alphas on the team, and for some guys it really matters. I could see him being one of those guys, but it seems like an interesting mindset considering that collection of talent.
The legendary story is that when Magic got to that, Magic had to retire because of the HIV, and he had come back and he was playing on that, and it'd be his last real hurrah, and Magic thought it was still his team. And Magic and Jordan were the team captains, and they would scrimmage against each other. And I guess Magic's team was busting their ass a little bit and started to kind of let Michael know that, hey, I ain't going anywhere. This is mine. And Jordan legendarily said, watch. And I guess just ripped everyone's nuts off. Yeah. I mean, destroyed people. And from that moment on, it was not Magic's teams, it was Jordan's team. So I'm guessing that LeBron still carries by far the most weight in this.
Yeah, you would think so.
But, dude, if they go in these scrimmages and it starts getting turned up, and when they're not playing the select team anymore, when it's the USA versus USA on this roster, I could see Anthony Edwards emerging because it means something to him, and that cat can play.
Text line wants to know, is Bronny on the Olympic team? Because he's shined lately.
It's 2 of 9.
I'll stop. I won't get you wound up again. I do want to stay on the topic of basketball because Stephen Curry and Steve Kerr, both part of Team USA, and they were asked by Malika Andrews about the Warriors dynasty and whether we'll see anything like it again.
That's 11 years of, almost 12 years of championship relevancy. built around a certain core, knowing what KD was, for those 4 years as well. So, long-winded way of saying I don't think so, because it's very hard to keep things together in this league. There's a lot more player movement. Me, Clay, and Draymond especially, we complemented each other so well for so long. We all brought something different to the table, so we'll see. Records are meant to be broken. Dynasties come all different shapes and sizes, so we'll see.
So buy or sell that we will see another 4-championship dynasty with the same core in sports.
Sure. Everyone always thinks that theirs is the last, and it never is. Yes, the rules are harder to keep everyone together, but I mean, Boston ain't going anywhere for a while. They have their core locked up. Oklahoma City is putting together a ridiculous squad of young cats. That, and by the way, they've got draft capital to turn that thing over and keep adding pieces. I'm not saying they're going to even win a title, but this idea that you can't keep people together, hogwash. If Wemby got, let's say San Antonio sucks this year and they put Wemby with Cooper Flagg,
they get good in a hurry.
It get real good in a hurry. And then you add, let's say you add, like Draymond Green is the best example of this, and that Draymond is a really, really good player. And Draymond on half the teams in the NBA would be another ho-hum guy that averages 15 and 10.
He wouldn't be worth the contract he's getting, that's for sure.
No, but in the context of what they did, he was truly special. And the circumstances came together. So, yeah, you could see this again. Will you in a while? I don't know. We've seen now, 6 or 7 different years now with a different NBA champion. I think it's 6. It might be 7.
Yeah.
So it may be harder with the apron and stuff to keep everyone together. But you've already seen teams willing to say, screw it, we're willing to pay. Boston is a great example. And Oklahoma City will pay to keep their team together. And New York is doling out hundreds of millions of dollars in salary to try to get 1 or 2. So,
but 4?
It's a lot. It's a lot. Especially that last one was kind of, I'm not going to say it was a fluke, but the last one was a little like, boy, where the hell did that come from?
It was a little magical.
But they got it. So will we see? Yes, you can see one.
Going across the pond to Wimbledon, interesting audio coming our way just before the show today. Novak Djokovic was in action in the round of 16. He was taking on Holger Rune, and a lot of the fans seem to be in favor of Djokovic's opponent, but they were saying Rune, and he was mistaking it for booze. He had this to say to the fans after the match.
And to all those people that have chosen to disrespect the player, in this case me, have a good night. Good night, good night. Very good night. Yeah. I'm hoping that they were just commenting on Rune and that they weren't disrespecting you.
They were. I don't accept it. No. I know they were cheering for Rune, but that's an excuse to also boo. Listen. I've been on the tour for more than 20 years, so trust me. I know all the tricks. I know how it works. It's fine. It's okay. I focus on the respectful people that have respect, that pay the ticket to come and watch tonight, and love tennis, and appreciate the players and the effort that the players put in here. I played in much more hostile environment, trust me. You guys can't touch me.
Jeez. Buy or sell that Nikola Jokic is the villain he's positioning himself to be?
I don't know. By all accounts, he's got a really good personality. I think the COVID stuff took a little bite out of him. Dude, that seems a little sensy.
I said Nikola, by the way. That is Novak.
Yeah, Novak. I knew where you were going.
Joker's getting mixed up, you know?
Yeah, and both from Serbia.
Both Serbia, and both go by the Joker. So,
boy, I don't know.
That was a bizarre one to me.
That was weird. I hadn't heard that.
He seemed sensy about everything that happened, and then he's like, "You can't touch me."
Were they indeed booing, or were they?
They were saying. I think what he said is they were using it as an excuse to boo me. Like they couldn't. They didn't want to actually boo, but they were saying Rune so they could boo.
Really? That's just. Yeah, I don't know. Like he's walking a weird line.
Yeah, I think so too.
He's walking a weird line, and that I think he is that guy with his personality over the years. He wanted to be the liked guy, and maybe didn't quite catch on the way some of it. Well, I mean, He's in a weird spot because there's 3 guys that could all make the claim at one point to being the greatest tennis player of all time.
For sure. Federer, Nadal, and him.
And he has surpassed. I mean, the proof's in the pudding, right? He has kind of emerged from that, and yet I don't think he quite gets the love. And something tells me you got a little chippy. You got a little chip on your shoulder. And
it almost feels like the athlete who's getting into their twilight years trying to manufacture a little motivation or something.
Yeah. And I wanted to talk about Wimbledon because I had this on the show the other day, and I didn't get to it, and hopefully I'll get to it today. But I want to ask, what the hell happened to tennis?
Yeah.
Because, boy, you want to talk about a sport that is so far off my radar, dude. I give you tennis, and I liked tennis growing up, and even a handful of years ago, Wimbledon carried a lot of meaning. But boy, I look at the Wimbledon like the semis right now, and it's a lot of like, who the hell is this?
Yeah.
So yeah. I buy it. He's leaning into the villain thing a little bit.
And finally, last one, we'll get out of here quick on this one, but after all of the fame for Haley Welch, also known as Hawk Tua Girl, we got what appeared to be some sort of a trailer for some sort of a documentary about her life. Here's a snippet of what that sounds like with some of the country music cut out by me.
Haley and I'm from Belfast, Tennessee. It's a little small area near Lewisburg. It's really been a blessing.
I don't know what to feel. It's crazy. I never thought anything like this would ever happen. It's too much to comprehend.
Yeah, I really had no idea that one night in Broadway, having fun with your friends and everything else would change your whole life around.
I think the whole community did that with the Daily Mail. Somebody they didn't know come in asking questions about somebody we all care about. So everybody kind of went into protection mode.
But I just wanted to stay with me as long as I'm here.
I am not moving to Los Angeles or New York. I'm staying here with Granny forever.
Buy or sell, we need any more content about Talk to a Girl before we ruin the whole thing.
Yeah, we've already ruined it. We've ruined it. It was cute. It was fun. She's 21. She worked at a spring factory.
She lives with her Meemaw.
And the most interesting about her is that one night when she was drunk, she said,
"Fuck, spit on that thing."
And we're getting a documentary.
And she's like, I never thought my life could turn around like this. Or her grandma is like, and you know, things just don't happen like this to small town people. And you're like, this isn't like she cured cancer or even won the Olympics. What?
We've got a documentary. And this is why we're doomed. Because there's kids that grow up and say, I want to be the next Hawk Tua.
And then the male's voice that you heard talking about protecting our own, he's the dude who made the Hawk Tua 24 hats. So, like, I'm sorry, you're getting rich off this, dude. Anyways, that's all I got.
Hell of a thing, Hawk Tua Girl. Hell of a thing. Arguably right now the most famous female in our country, and that is saying something. Right. That is Stockwatch, brought to you by 1-800-DIVORCE, the guys out of Goldberg Jones. Good dudes. When we come back in the news, here though, Buckle Sports Center.
Spit on that thing.
Now from the
Let's see what our national day is. Today's national day is National Raspberry Day. You like a good raspberry?
Love raspberries. I really love all berries, but raspberries are near the very top for me because I like tart.
Yeah, raspberries are good. I don't know, in my berry ranking, I'm probably going strawberry 1. I mean, he doesn't like a good strawberry.
Yeah, strawberry for me, more sweet than tart, and so that's why I lean raspberry, but I love both.
Probably going to go with the strawberry. I'm going to go with the blueberry, and then I think my raspberry is coming in with my bronze. And there's nothing wrong with bronze.
I might be bumping the blueberry for either blackberry or Marionberry.
I like a good blueberry. Plus, they're good for you.
That's true. Antioxidants, right?
And then the blueberry's got a good, it's the burst. It's a solid little burst. It's a nice juxtaposition in a fruit salad. Plus, then you got your blueberry muffin, which is always delightful. Blueberry might be the top of all muffin. You know, if you're getting a scone.
I think that's probably right.
If you're getting a scone or a pastry of some kind, blueberry no one's getting a raspberry muffin. You get a blueberry.
Blueberry's got to be the top baking fruit.
No, I think that puts it high on my list. It's also National Chocolate Almond Day with whatever, but it's also National Freezer Pop, a.k.a. Otter Pop Day.
Okay.
And that is fantastic. The Otter Pop is criminally underrated, especially when you do the adult Otter Pop. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Those are fun. Those are dangerous.
Really? How much liquor can you put in an Otter Pop?
The thing is, they can make the percentages can be pretty high. Like it's more that you can put down like an 8% Otter Pop, and then you're not really realize that you even had anything.
I'm pretty confident in my ability to not get hammered.
I know you wouldn't, but they also have a lot of sugar, so I feel then it messes with your head a little bit.
Yeah, the sugar headache is real. That's why wine can get me a little bit. Like, I don't get hungover from drinking unless it's wine. The wine, I can wake up with the wine headache. That can get me pretty good. In case you didn't know, it's hot. We cracked 100 degrees yesterday. We're going to crack 100 today. And they're saying on Tuesday it could reach 105. Whew. Yeah, that's a bit warm. And I don't complain about the heat. I have a long-standing position not to complain about the heat because it's better than being freezing cold. Like,
I think complaining about the weather in general is lame.
Well, I get it. Like, if it's freezing and the city comes to its knees and everything's a sheet of ice, that I get. That sucks. But if it's hot outside, and I get, if you're an old or you're a really young or an animal in a car, I totally get it. But for the rest of us, for the average adult, I'm sorry. But if you can't function because it's 100 degrees, put on your big girl or big boy panties and tough it up a little bit because I get it. It's hot. You can deal with it.
If it's not a disaster, I don't have sympathy. Don't complain about the weather.
Yeah. I tend to agree.
Like, we live in Portland, and there are so many Portlanders that complain about the rain. I'm like, you live in Portland, dummy.
But again, I understand if you get, after 6 months of rain. And like I said, if it was 14 straight days of 112 degree weather and
different kind of thing,
you literally couldn't go outside. I was out the last couple days doing stuff in this weather, and it's hot, and it's a little uncomfortable, and you sweat a bunch, and you got to drink more water. My jiu-jitsu gym does not have air conditioning, and it's in a warehouse. And we were wearing a heavy gi today, and let me tell you, it was hot.
Sticky.
It was hot. Everyone got done, and everyone just kind of just stood at the side, and then went and slunk down. Like, it's hot, but it didn't stop you from doing things. Drink water, be smart. I feel bad if like I said, if you're an old person or you're a really young person and you're stuck, no AC, that sucks. But again, there's cooling centers. Those are open. By the way, you can find those online just about anywhere. We have cooling centers in Multnomah County. There's ones out in Beaverton. There's ones in Clark County. You can go to a grocery store and wander around. No one wants to be hot, but there's a difference between being hot and being unsafe hot. If you're grandma and you're in a basement and there's no AC, please check on grandma.
For sure.
So check on your elderly neighbor, check on your mom, check on the young single mom that's dealing with kids, that are in a sweltering, apartment somewhere. Be aware of those things. Feel bad for kitchen employees. I get it. Take a little precaution, but for the most part, I get it. It's hot. We're going to get through this. We'll be fine. But I guess we got a couple more days of this. So it's going to be hot. I'm going to break triple digits today.
Buckle up.
Tomorrow could break 105. And then I think, knock on whatever wood we got, by Wednesday, I think we're going to be down into the 80s or 90s. And then it's going to stay warm the rest of the week, but no triple digits. So it's going to be hot. Don't be out.
We'll manage.
Yes. A lot of people manage with the swimming pools.
Mm-hmm.
Something happened where we weren't managing so well.
I saw one
When
of
we
these
come back,
incidents.
yeah, we'll talk about the ever-elusive brown trout made an appearance in one of the public pools at about the worst possible time. When the news rolls on. Primetime here on The Fan.
This is The Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Maturity, understanding my capabilities and skill, and just confidence and belief. I think the organization, the coach, especially in the second half of the season, really helped me make that jump.
That's newest Blazer Denny Avdia, who, look, is getting a lot of rave reviews. Like, I think when this trade happened, a lot of people were like, who? But you talk to people that are in the know in the NBA. He had a breakout year with the Wizards, former lottery pick, and most extremes, but for the vast majority of us, again, elderly, sick, young, infants, those are different. Animals. But for the vast majority of us, oh my God, my room's really hot. It's 85 degrees. Yes, that sucks. You'll be okay.
And
you're
that's
not going to die from it.
That's the thing is it can suck. It can not be pleasant, but like, I guess for me, it's like more of like a positive energy thing. Like, I don't want to go to work and hear the person be like, man, this weather really stinks. Like, nobody wants that guy.
It's all right. It's hot. We get it. It's hot. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. If you were looking, though, to swim in one of the community pools that we have around this fair city of ours and the surrounding areas, you ran into a little bit of a problem there.
Oh no.
Yeah, Portland Parks and Recreation had to boot people from the Selwood outdoor pool, which is just up the road from where we used to work. Now it's a little further away, but I've driven by that many a time. I can't say I've ever been to a Portland public pool. Have you?
No, I have not. I have the closest thing is that my in-laws have a pool in their condo complex,
Sure.
but that's not like a city one.
No, I've done the apartment complex. You get a buddy or like your sister lives in one or whatever, and it's a hot day. You go over there though, and it's like there's a million people, and it's not my cup of tea. But for a lot of people, that's a great way to beat the heat. Kids are out. If you don't have AC, what do? Head to the pool, get some shade, jump in, you swim around. It's great, right? Splishy splash.
Yep.
It's awesome. Find some water. It's a great way to beat the heat. But if you were trying to go to that Selwood outdoor pool, that didn't work on Friday because, someone took a Cal Raleigh right in the pool. 95 degrees, and someone took a Raleigh right in the pool. And according to the Portland Parks and Rec, unfortunately, when someone poops in the pool, you have to close it for 24 hours. That according to Kelly Torres. She's the chief of staff for Portland's new Vibrant Community Service. They have the little bureaus now. We're changing how the government does.
Yeah, she's the Vibrant Community gal.
Yeah, and apparently Vibrant Community has to deal with people dumping in pools. I did not know you had to close it for 24 hours because I will say, while I've never been to a community pool, I have been to the Great Wolf Lodge before when my kids were little, and I have been cleared from the pool because I forget what they call it. It's like an F5.
Like a biohazard incident.
And
they're turning the plane around. Isaac's getting mad.
Yeah. But in that instance, they don't close it for a day. Like, you have to leave the water for I want to say it's like an hour. So I'm not sure why the Great Wolf, it's like an hour, and in the Portland Parks, it's like 24 hours. But
I have to imagine Great Wolf either has a better system for mitigating that kind of bacteria, or the city just wants to be really careful so they don't get their ass sued.
That's probably along, I don't know. You got so much, like any of those pools, there is so much chlorine in those things.
You'd think it could be safe in sooner time than 24 hours, but I don't think they want 12 people being like, oh, I got sick from the pool. You owe me $1 million.
That's the worst part, dude. Like, when you go to one of those pools, you go to a Great Wolf Lodge, you walk into it and like the chlorine just punches you in the face. And I've been told, and I don't know if this is like an urban legend or not, I've been told that the chlorine itself isn't what burns. It's chlorine mixing with the urine that activates it, and that's where you get that really strong, like, holy hell.
Interesting.
So when you walk in and you really get that strong sense.
Because there's been a lot of pee.
Yeah. And when you look at a Great Wolf Lodge or any community pool, like, if you showed up at a community pool on a hot day, and you realize that there's like 100 kids and none of those kids have left the pool in like 45 minutes, don't we all know what's happening? Dude,
what are you going to do? Pee on me? Like, I don't know.
That kid is blowing out your kneecap any chance they get. And by the way, so are half the adults. So that's the only, like, if you go to Vegas, you're at one of those swim-up bars and everyone's slamming drinks. I don't see those people leaving the pool. Yeah, I know what's going on. If you're in a public pool, I just assume that I am knee-deep in whiz at all the time.
Yeah, and that's sterile anyway, so as long as you don't let it gross you out in your mind, whatever.
But the poo-poo is something different. Now, what we don't know is who's responsible for the doo-doo. Was this a unfortunate child accident of mom, oops? Was this an adult with some sort of intestinal disorder where it just was like, I can't hold it, and it came out? Or dare I say, was this an act of terrorism? Hey, it's the hottest day of the year. Watch this. And you go in, you drop the brown trout, and you get out.
Oh, that this was malicious in nature.
Well, If you're trying to cause chaos on a super hot day,
that would be one way to do it.
Yeah. A couple other, by the way, pools had to shut down due to like HVAC issues.
Oh, I read that too.
They shut down like on the hottest day of the year.
Like their power units failed, right?
Yeah, there was 2 that couldn't keep cool enough. There was one that was already shut down due to scheduled maintenance, which, by the way...
You said doo-doo.
Why are you scheduling maintenance for the middle of the summer?
Terrible idea.
Yeah, terrible idea. And then you had one shut down due to the malicious fecal distribution. So it's not a good idea that on the hottest day of the year that like a fourth of all the public pools in the Portland area were shut down.
Not great.
Now, you can't do anything about the doo-doo one, but the other ones, yeah, you can't do that. But the nice part was the very next day, you could go right back to swimming in the fecal water, and no one was probably the wiser.
It's so, like, it's the whole if a tree falls in the forest and no one's around doesn't make a sound. Like, would anybody notice if someone just scooped it out and threw it away and that was that?
Yeah, probably not.
And I'm not advocating for that. Don't get me wrong, but we make a big to-do of these things.
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't want to swim in feces.
No,
but
of course not.
At the same time, like when you're swimming in a river, aren't you swimming? I don't know. I just
all the little fishy feces.
I've been in the Willamette. I've been in the Columbia. I know what's going down. I just assume as long as you tell me that I'm not going to get sick from it, I'm all right. You can't swimming in public water is like eating it at TGI McScratchy's. You don't want to see what's going on in that room. Like you don't want to. Whatever restaurant you think of when I say TGI McScratchy's, we all know. The chain restaurant?
Yeah.
Do you really want to see in the kitchen of one of those restaurants?
No, you don't. You just want to take your meal and pretend like you don't know.
It's hot. Just let me jump in the pool and I'll be fine. And this is kind of local, but also national. Did you see that Boeing is going to plead guilty to criminal fraud charges? We were talking about this just the other day.
Mm-hmm.
That Boeing, basically intentionally, due to their gross negligence.
Willing negligence, which is what they're getting hammered on.
Yes. Crashed 2 airplanes, 737 Maxes, and killed 346 people. The government apparently is going to allow them to slide by paying a $500 million fine, basically. And then that's it, and agreeing to some more oversight. So in a shocking development, the families of the 350 people that were dead were seeking like $20 billion in damages, and the government was like, no. Now, because they're admitting to these felony charges, this would prevent them from getting government contracts, which, by the way, Boeing has several billion in government contracts. Boeing's going to apply for a waiver to get the national defense contracts, and we all know that Boeing is going to get the waiver to get national defense contracts. So Boeing, basically, due to their own negligence and some might say willingness, killed a couple hundred people, and their big punishment is going to shuffle through their couch and write a couple $100 million check. Meanwhile, they're collecting several billion in government contracts, and everything will move on as normal. Screw Boeing, and screw everyone that allows this crap to happen.
Yeah,
it's pathetic.
I saw a tweet earlier that says that's great they were found guilty, but is any individual actually going to be held responsible for doing any of this?
No. All that's going to happen is, again, they'll pay a fine. Which, by the way, they already paid a $2 billion fine like back in the early 2000s. And by the way, they're finding this one was in violation of an agreement they had from previous negligence, and they were violating it. So they've already basically been put on probation by the federal government, and they just got done violating it, and the federal government's going to put them back on probation again. At this point, they're Alabama football, and we're the NCAA, and we don't do a damn thing about it.
Chasing our tails, hoping something happens, but knowing damn well nothing's going to.
Meanwhile, they get to kill 350 people or 346, and nothing happens. So that was one today that I saw that absolutely disgusted me. And then on a bright side, I don't want to end on that story. The U.S. Water polo team is going for their 4th straight gold medal. Did you know that at the Summer Games?
I did not know that.
Yes, apparently we are the juggernaut of U.S. Of water women's polo.
It will not surprise you to know that my dad's best friend used to coach that water polo team.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Your connection. We're looking for an unprecedented 4th gold medal, but the team was unhappy about their lack of exposure and sponsorship, and so they were kind of bitching and moaning like, hey, where's our attention? We need some sponsors, and we need some cool sponsors now. One man, and one man only, has stepped up to sponsor the greatest water polo team of all time.
Ooh.
And that man, who is now the benefactor and the greatest hype man, in the history of Olympic sports and the new daddy of the soon-to-be 4-time Olympic gold medal U.S. women's volleyball team, Flavor Flav!
What? Yeah, boy! Wow, I did not see that coming.
Flavor Flav has finalized a deal that will make him the main U.S. water polo sponsor and the official hype man for a program seeking a bigger spotlight for the next 5 years. So the next 5 years, when you think of women's water polo, you will think of one man and one man only, and that is Flavor Flav.
That's incredible. Good for you, Flav.
Of all the random things that could happen to me.
And they'll all be walking out in big clock necklaces before their matches?
I can only hope so. Flavor Flav. Hot 5 at 5 coming up next. That'll do it for it in the news.
Dusty here for Victor Rico's Mexican Food to tell you about one of their new menu items, quesabirria.
Steamy Monday, I should say early evening there. No Rock today, still down and out with the COVID. We've put the over-under on his return at the Fan Golf Classic. I'm not sure where the Vegas odds are coming in right now, but I think it's 3-2. Rock being at the Fan Golf Classic at this point, I think people believe that he is going to try to battle his way back there. Fingers crossed on that one, but in all seriousness, he is still under the weather, still testing positive, so let's knock on wood that Rob makes a speedy recovery, although at this point, I guess it's not speedy.
Oh, dear.
Well, there's a lot of categories you can lead the league in, and Rob leads the league in COVID, we believe. Although Dusty claims he's had it 4 times as well.
Wow. So I didn't realize that there was this battle at the top of the standings.
Yeah, Dusty, because I came in today and Dusty goes, "Hey, is Rob here?" I'm like, "No, man, COVID." Because they were all gone on Friday. We were the only ones working on Friday.
Right.
So the news was just getting around to people that Rob has COVID again after being in Vegas again. And as someone has correctly pointed out on the Vancouver Ford text line, how many times does Vegas have to almost kill Rob before he stops going back to Las Vegas?
I thought you made a very apt analogy earlier when you said it's the stripper girlfriend thing. It's that he may know it's bad for him. He may know it's not a good thing for his life. He may know that he could be making a better decision, but there's something about it he just can't quit, and he just keeps going back for more.
Yeah. Or is it possible? See, follow this one as well. You know, you watched that terrible roommate documentary we were talking about on Netflix, where the roommates are basically trying to kill each other. Like one's like continually poisoning someone.
Yep.
So this is now the third time, I believe, that Rob has gone down to Vegas and has contracted either COVID or some sort of terrible disease. You know who hasn't been sick once? His wife. On the same trip with him, 3 times down in Vegas. Rob comes home deathly ill. Nurse Nice, medical professional, hasn't been sick once.
That is peculiar.
Yeah, a little weird?
Yeah.
Little weird.
All those times. They must be really great at isolation.
Is it possible? I'm just throwing this out there that Rob is the victim of some sort of nefarious plot by Nurse Nice to get her hands on the vast Rob fortune. She wants that Salina, Kansas money.
We have to ask the question, don't we?
I'm just saying, I've watched enough of those Netflix documentaries. When something keeps happening to one of the spouses,
something's afoot,
and nothing to the other one, Danielle's healthy as a horse.
Usually not a coincidence.
Just saying.
Get creative. Steal that guy's money.
That's what she's doing.
You know, I think she's been down to Salina, Kansas. She's seen the green shag carpeting. She's seen the vast the plot of land that the Robs live on in the All-American City. You know.
Now it also begs the question: then is Meatball in on the conspiracy?
Yeah.
Because is he aid or complicit to these nefarious dealings? Perhaps is he part of the cutting on the fortune?
I gotta wonder if this is some sort of grando conspiracy. I'm just saying. Seems a little fishy that he's in Vegas again and he keeps getting sick, and yet nothing seems to happen to anyone else in the family. Just throwing that out there. If something happens to Rob, I think I know where we look, where we investigate. Now, we investigate the Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions.
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
And hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, the most popular burrito spot in Oregon. Online at victorricos.com.
Oh, I'm hurt.
Number 5.
I always enjoy kind of how do you like me now stories. So Keegan Bradley was desperate to make the Ryder Cup,
dude,
last time around, and there's video footage of him being told that he didn't make it. He's on the bed with his hot wife, and he's like all sad and depressed about it.
I think they covered it in full swing.
Yes, yeah, but at the same time, like, dude, like you're in front of the camera, like,
yeah,
like how much of that was performance? He was wearing some nice Jordans though. Nice
he
Jordan
has a
11.
weird, like, he is Mr. Jordan when it comes to golf. He was, I think, the first golfer to wear Jordans.
Big fan. I love the Jordan brand. They make great golf stuff. Well, Keegan Bradley may have been left off the team. He will not be left off the team this year because he's just named captain.
Yeah.
How's that? Just a few short years later, he gave everyone the birds. Like, I don't need you to put me on the team. Captain, bitch.
Yeah, he replaces the guy who didn't pick him.
Yeah, nutsy, I'll take your job. So I guess they were trying to talk to Tiger Woods about taking the job, and he was like, yeah, no.
I'm good.
I don't want this. So Keegan Bradley. And I do love the Ryder Cup. I think the Ryder Cup.
I do too. It's really fun.
And it should be fun this year with a lot of the live players. You know, that's...
Tournament golf is really fun. I don't think we have enough of it.
Number 4.
So we know Danny Hurley turned down the Lakers' offer of 6 years, $70 million. And he said that it didn't have anything to do with his UConn contract, because he said they had already agreed in principle to his UConn contract. Well, I don't know how much of that was true. That's a weird story. because LA didn't really come at him that hard. They made him a good offer, but it wasn't like a blow your socks off sort of offer. So we found out today the Lakers had offered him 6 years, $70 million. He got 6 years, $50 to stay at UConn and, quote, incentive bonuses. So whatever that means, I'm sure that he's going to be making more than 60. I'm sure he's got the country club membership. I'm sure he gets the housing allowance, all that stuff. So especially when you factor in the taxes, how much did he really turn down to stay at Connecticut as opposed to going to LA? And he doesn't have to deal with that crap in Los Angeles. His wife is an East Coast gal. So
California taxes take quite a bit of that as well.
For the foreseeable future, he will stay in UConn and go for a three-peat because he just won back-to-back titles.
Number 3.
Let's take a look at the MLB scoreboard. No Mariners in action tonight as they continue to reel. Did you see, by the way, that they left 30 guys on base against the Blue Jays?
No. I saw that they finished their homestand 3-6. I saw that they've got 6 more before the break, including 2 in San Diego, but I did not see that paltry left on base stat. Yuck.
Well, they had one the previous night where Raleigh hit a solo home run in the 9th to make it a 1-run game, at which point they lost. Luckily, they didn't get swept, but they keep losing 2 of 3 in the series. The only saving grace here is that the Astros keep losing as well. They lost 2 of 3 from Minnesota, so the lead still stands at 2, even though at one point it was at 10. Some other games on the board. Guardians, Tigers right now 0-0, top of the 7th. We got the Reds 1-0 over the Rockies. What else we got tonight? The Mets got the business from the Pirates 8-2, and the Cardinals topped the Nationals 6-0.
Number two.
This came out over the weekend, but we'll stick in Major League Baseball because, let's be honest, it's kind of a soft news day.
Really slow news day.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on. I was trying to find something to watch earlier on TV. There wasn't a single live sporting event.
No, you almost got tricked into watching a Euro Cup replay.
Yeah, I was like, is that? And you're like, oh, no, that happened. So I don't need to watch Portugal, play to a 0-0 penalty kick shootout thingy. But the All-Star game over the weekend, we already knew the starters, but the reserves were announced. And 32 first-time All-Stars.
That's great.
So De La Cruz, Witt, Skeens made it, Paul Skeens.
Sure.
The only Mariner, by the way, to make it was Logan Gilbert.
He's been awesome.
They didn't have a single position player. I was hoping maybe the dumper, but...
the whole team can't hit except for him, but there's some good catchers out there.
And Rutschman, by the way, starting, which is awesome. We saw him in the festivities last year, but he makes his first start. So a lot of young talent in this All-Star game, and hopefully Major League Baseball can do a better job of actually marketing some of their young players.
Because that's the thing. Even though I'm excited about all this young talent being there, it probably means even lower ratings, even fewer eyeballs. You hope that some of these guys catch fire.
Number one.
And tragic news coming out of the world of college football and the NFL hits a little close to home because former Alabama Crimson Tide member and former Oregon Duck and recent 4th-round draft pick of the Minnesota Vikings, Kyrie Jackson, died unfortunately in a 3-car accident over the weekend back in his home of Maryland. Investigation is still ongoing. They say that alcohol does appear to be involved. We're not exactly sure what that means. He was actually riding in a car.
Yeah, he was a passenger.
He was a passenger in the car with a couple of his teammates that he played with in high school. A couple of them had played in college as well, one of them at Florida State. So he was riding in the passenger seat at 3:15 when another car at a high speed tried to change lanes, hit their car, bumped into another car. The car that Kyrie Jackson was a Dodge Challenger that was being driven, went off the road, hit several tree stumps, and if you've seen the aftermath of it,
horrific.
There's just nothing left of the car.
It's destroyed.
It's completely gone. And all 3 all 3 occupants of the car he was in, including the driver, 2 of them were pronounced dead at the scene, including Kyrie Jackson, and then 1 died at the hospital later on. No one else in the other 2 cars was injured. So just tragedy. Again, we don't know all the details of it, but and I didn't know all of this about Kyrie Jackson, but really had kind of a difficult go of it.
Yeah.
Had given up football for a while, had gone back home, was working at a grocery store, kind of he was a non-qualifier. He struggled in school, found his love and passion again, went to Alabama, had a nice run there, transferred over to Oregon, and then had made it to the NFL as a 4th-round pick, and Minnesota was very high on him. So a young man that had some struggles that seemingly had put it back together and was on the right track. And we don't know all the details on what happened. Again, we'll reserve judgment on that, but it's just an absolute tragic loss of life.
Yeah, it's really horrible. If you want to know, I didn't really know much about his story or him as a person because he had such a short time with the Oregon Ducks, but the Oregon football program put out about a 2.5-minute tribute video to him that has a lot of quotes from him and people around him, and it's a nice and touching tribute if you want to learn a little bit more about him.
Yeah, and it feels like, Oregon over the last handful of years have had some tragedy. I mean, they've been through it, and just not too long ago, Spencer Webb, who some of these guys that played with Kyrie Jackson had also played with Spencer Webb, and we had lost a teammate of mine in high school to a car crash. We lost 2 teammates when I was at BYU to car crashes. So unfortunately, the most likely way that young people of their age pass away is through car accidents. That's just statistically a reality, and it doesn't make it any easier when that hits close to home. So I know a lot of people today down in Eugene and in Alabama and the sports world in general, out in Minnesota. By all accounts, he was a great kid, wonderful personality. As you mentioned, a wonderful tribute video that they put together there. So thoughts and prayers and condolences out to his family, his friends, and all those that he played with. That just is a terrible, terrible thing.
Yeah, and in that tribute, too, one of the things that kind of stirred me was that they have footage of him coming out on his senior night. Well, Dan Lanning's wearing the Spencer Webb sweatshirt because it would have been Spencer Webb's senior night, too. And so you think about them losing those 2 individuals in such close time frame. It's they've gone through it a little bit. It's really rough.
Yeah, and, when you're that age, and like I said, I've been through this. It happened in both high school and college, and when you're that age, you have this feeling of invincibility. Right?
Definitely.
Death isn't something, even at that point, like a lot of, for the most part, your parents, even your grandparents are still around.
Yeah.
Like, death isn't necessarily a real part of your life when you're that young. And so when these things happen, a lot of times it can have a really, really lasting impact because it's, for some of you, it's going to be the first time that you really had someone close to you pass away in such a quick, sudden way. And it's just terrible. Again, it's an awful, awful story. So again, just condolences and thoughts and prayers. All right, the Hot 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's, online at victorricos.com, home of Oregon's favorite burrito. And let me just state for the record, also delicious street tacos. Big fan. Eat there at lunch all the time. We come back, we'll get into some NFL stuff. Primetime rolls on here on The Fan.
The home of
Vancouver forward text line, deal is in. So you're trying to tell me there's a vast conspiracy orchestrated by his wife's stepson that may include the GM bro and the baseball bro that he argued with over the steroids? Yes, I think that is true. I definitely think we're onto something, and yes, it does make perfect sense. Seth Everett, by the way. I mean, you think about the enemies that Rob has made over the years, I would assume that the GM bro and Seth Everett absolutely high up in this vast conspiracy. And when they do the eventual documentary on Rob's death, there will be those that are like, I can't believe Rob didn't see that coming. It's like, how many times can Rob go down there and catch a mysterious disease before he starts thinking something nefarious is going on? Let me also add in this one. Where else did Isaac Robb almost die? Famously.
Well, it was the tater tot, but where was that? I don't remember. Golf
At
club?
A restaurant.
Oh.
Who was there with him?
I don't know.
His wife.
Ah.
Who tried to Heimlich him, but could not get the tater tot out.
Air quotes, could not.
Could not.
Or Reed also wasn't trying hard enough.
Just saying.
Hmm.
He mysteriously has a tot. It gets stuck. His wife is like, oh, don't worry. I'll get the tater tot out. She fails, and it had to be a friend who obviously wasn't in on the plot. He stepped up at the last minute, and he rescues Rob. I'm just saying, there's a common denominator in all these near-death experiences for Isaac Robb, and it's his wife, who I find to be quite lovely, but also at this point,
now,
I think we have to believe has some sort of sinister motive that may or may not include the GM bro and Seth Everett.
Both can be true.
Diabolic if they're involving the stepson in the whole thing.
Big time.
Holy hell. I saw Joe Burrow was making some news today, and we kind of forget about Joe Burrow.
Because he was injured and bad last year.
Well, he's always injured.
Yeah.
I mean, that was like Burrow came out and basically said, someone asked him about his goal for the year. And this is that weird time where all the OTAs, all the mandatory mini camps are done, right? We're still a ways off from actual training camp started. So if you're going to have some downtime, now's the time. So someone got a hold of Joe Burrow and they were talking to him, and he said a couple things. One, he said that his goal for the year is to just stay on the field, which is a valid point. When Joe Burrow is healthy, Joe Burrow is as good as anyone in the NFL, maybe even including someone named Patrick Mahomes. I mean, people kind of forget that the person to take down Pat Mahomes in the playoffs was Joe Burrow.
People wanted to call Arrowhead Burrowhead.
Yeah. But Burrow even said, he goes, look, I'm going to remind people of who I am because, when you're not around, people forget about you. And I think there's some real truth to that. Because when you think about, teams that we're talking about next year, right? You're talking about San Francisco. You're talking about Kansas City, people throwing out Baltimore a lot. Are we forgetting that when Joe Burrow was healthy, and by the way, he wasn't healthy for these entire seasons, but in 2021, they went 10-7, right? And Burrow was dinged up in that, but got healthy. And all they did was, beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC title game in overtime, 27-24, and then went to the Super Bowl where Joe Burrow damn near won that.
Despite being like the most sacked quarterback in the NFL and scrambling around for his life, almost won the Super Bowl.
Single-handedly almost tried to push that over the Rams. They lost 23-20. And then they come back the next year and they go 12-4. They beat the Ravens in the wild card. They beat the Bills in the divisional game. By the way, they kicked the crap out of the Bills, 27-10. And then they lost in the AFC Championship game to that damn Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs, 23-20. When Joe Burrow is healthy, Cincinnati is as good as anyone in the NFL. And by the way, last year without Joe Burrow, who missed the vast majority of the year, and remember they had to go to the great Jake Browning, they still went 9-8 and damn near had a chance of making the playoffs.
Yeah, they almost did.
So I thought it was interesting that Joe Burrow today is kind of coming out and being like, hey, you remember me? You remember this team in Cincinnati? And when you look ahead to all the different teams that people are talking about, it does feel like the one that people are talking about the least is the Cincinnati Bengals.
I think people are waiting for the show me factor. Show me you're going to be out there. Show me I can rely on you being out there, and then you'll start seeing those picks, those predictions, those odds. But I think there were some people after 2021 that thought this team is destined to be one of those Super Bowl teams, and some people have picked in their favor. They've seen it go against them, and they're like, I don't know. I'm going to need to see Burrow out there a little bit more before I put my stock behind that again. But yeah, you're right. When the pieces are there, as good a shot as anybody.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm assuming that from playing in a Super Bowl to 12-4 and on the doorsteps of playing for a Super Bowl. And then last year, I mean, you can't judge it because, again, he didn't play. He was hurt. He only played in I'm looking here, he played in what, he played in 10 games. That was when he was coming off, remember he was dealing with that weird calf injury. So he was even healthy while he was playing. And they still went 9-8. So I think if you're Burrow, you look at it and, you had the 1 year where you played 10 games, and you had the massive injury, and you come back, you play 16 and 16, and then last year you played 10 again. So you've kind of had these two weird bookend years, and it kind of feels like this is a big year for Joe Burrow. Of all the people that have pressure from Philadelphia and Jalen Hurts and Dak Prescott and the Cowboys, I certainly think that Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills has some of this because, Allen took some heat last year for what kind of the Bills went through, and this year they got rid of all his receivers. They're basically started from scratch. No Stephon Diggs, no Gabe Davis, so a lot of people aren't necessarily buying into what Buffalo's got going on. I would make the argument that I think this is as big a year for Joe Burrow as it is for anyone in the NFL. Because Burrow has a chance to really plant his flag and be like, yeah, you remember me? We were saying I was the second best quarterback in the NFL. Or if Burrow gets hurt again and can't finish this thing off, does it fall further into, hey man, you're great, but
show me when.
Show me when. Yep. Like I can't trust you. Because when you are talking about quarterbacks, I don't think that Burrow's name gets brought up. I think like people talk about Justin Herbert more than they do Joe Burrow.
He's playing more, I guess.
And I guess, but you can't argue with Burrow's results. In the
no. I mean, game by game, head to head, Burrow's the better quarterback.
Yeah, in the 2 years that Burrow has been healthy, he's played in the Super Bowl and he's been on the doorsteps of a Super Bowl. So I just thought it was interesting that he's kind of coming out, and I wonder if we're gonna get chip on the shoulder Joe Burrow. Because when you were reading through some of those quotes today, you could definitely tell, like the whole, I have to remind people. I mean, he knows that being away, that means, like, hey, people forget about you. But he dropped the old, I'm going to remind some people. I think this might be a little Joe Burrow revenge tour. And their offense, they
still got weapons.
Across the board.
Big time.
This is going to be a really, really good Cincinnati team. I'm kind of thinking about laying a sawbuck down on Cincinnati to get the FU revenge tour.
And that's just the thing is I think you'd be more concerned if he was like, we'll see what happens. I think you want your guy to feel like this, to think like this. And whether or not athletes should have to create little chips on their shoulder to give themselves more motivation, the fact he hasn't been out there doing it. He hasn't been leading them to the playoffs recently or through playoff runs recently. And I bet he wants to do it just so that he can hear everyone else stop talking to S about him.
Yeah. There is something to the chip on the shoulder. Like Burrow has it. As much as I really like Justin Herbert, and I wasn't a Herbert guy with him coming out of Oregon. I famously thought that he always underwhelmed me when he was at Oregon. I never thought that he lived up to his potential. And I always thought there was a bunch of excuses made for him, and it's the system he plays in. He doesn't have great weapons. I just thought there was a lot of excuses made for him at times disappearing and being underwhelming. And he has been much better than I ever would have given him credit for in the NFL, because I think Herbert is an absolute stud. Although, you can make the same argument that he hasn't really done much in the NFL, and yet people continue to make excuses for him.
For sure.
At some point, you got to put up. And I think under Jim Harbaugh now, it's a big year for Herbert as well. But he has exceeded those expectations. And as much as I love Herbert, the one thing that I would say about Herbert, and I think you could say this about Oregon, there's a quiet confidence, and he certainly has grown into his skin. But when a guy has it. And Joe Burrow has it.
Sure. And we saw that going all the way back to that LSU championship run. I mean, he was loaded. Sure, he had guys around him, but he had an attitude and a vibe and a come with me because I'm going to take you there kind of thing about him going on.
And you want that. Well, at times in other positions, that can be a bit of an eye roll.
For sure.
Like there's times that, God, you hear guys talk and you're just like, please stop. Corners, receivers have this.
Feed me the rock, we're going to win the game. Like, it's not that easy, bud.
Yeah, I want the ball 90 times a game, right? Shedeur Sanders, I think, tries to have this, and I think when Shedeur Sanders does it, I think he looks like a jackass, right?
Yeah.
I think it's ridiculous. But then there's other guys that just have a presence about them. They have a presence, a confidence, a swagger, and that's the thing that really like makes an NFL quarterback. It takes you from being good to great. Mahomes has this in spades. He does it a little different way because it can be a little goofy in the voice and all that.
Yeah.
But make no mistake about it, that guy has an unwavering belief when he steps onto the field, and it's pretty freaking special when you watch him. And Joe Burrow has it. Outside of Mahomes, I don't know if there's another quarterback in the league that I look at and say that if I have a big moment, the guy who I know isn't going to shrink in it, the guy who I want to have the ball, it's Joe freaking Burrow.
That's a good question. I have to think about all the other quarterbacks, but if there's anybody else who I'd pick in that moment, healthy, available, ready to go, more than those two guys.
No,
it's a tough sell.
When I'm looking at my two best quarterbacks in the league, it's Mahomes and Burrow. Now, if you want to say that Burrow isn't healthy enough, I totally get that.
But when available,
to me, there isn't even a debate. And you can let me know what you think on the Vancouver Ford text line. We'll talk about it when we come back. But I really think there is a pretty clear line of demarcation in me with my 1 and 2. Because no one can question Mahomes. Can't. He's clearly won. And I put Burrow too. What say you? Talk about it next. Here, though, Buck with SportsCenter.
Now,
Joe Burrow making some headlines today. We also had a plan for the NFL to go to 18 games and give everyone 2 bye weeks, which is intriguing because the NFL one day will go to 18 games. The 2 bye week thing is kind of weird because how do you pace them out? And Danny and Dusty were talking about it. There's some schedule conflicts, and what do you do with the Super Bowl? The idea of the Super Bowl being bumped out to President's Day weekend, so you'd get the Monday off, is always intriguing to people.
That to me should be the primary goal, is that you make Super Bowl Sunday still on Sunday, but a holiday for people the following day.
Yeah. It's kind of weird in that the sports calendar doesn't necessarily line up the best, but every time you try to move, it comes in conflict with something else. It's like the NBA All-Star Game and those college football playoffs. I just think those things are harder than people give them credit for. Like whenever you talk about scheduling and whatnot, it always seems like, oh, why can't you figure this out? I'm like, have you ever seen what it takes to put together a schedule for a professional sports team? There's a lot of crap that goes into that. And then you're dealing with sponsors and you're dealing with TV and what do you want to go up against? And it's tough. And how many times have we seen that where you're like, why do you want to compete with the NFL? Because if your whole goal is to never compete with the NFL, then it's almost an impossibility. There's not a day goes by now where the NFL doesn't have a presence. Like the NBA tried to make Christmas Day their thing, and the NFL was like, nah, we'll take that.
And for a while it was, the Christmas triple header. I could hear Marv Albert in my head, and NFL's like, no, we'll take that too.
Yeah. We're getting this saying, I'm a biased Bills fan, but I'll go with Allen over Burr every time. Yes, he's 0-3 against Mahomes in the postseason, but his defense has given up 38 points in those games. We all remember, them bailing him out of 17 seconds. That is true. Josh Allen should have a win over Patrick Mahomes. That wasn't Josh Allen's fault.
Yep.
And he went with, I will take his ability to run, which is a valid point.
When you brought up the prompt, the first quarterback that I thought of who I might consider as being just as clutch, or the guy that I want in those moments when healthy, the third on my list after those two guys would have probably been Josh Allen.
Yeah, he's a Burrow, and then another guy says Burrow's at number 2, Higgins and Chase, prop him up. Keep telling yourself that. The thing about that Josh Allen, again, I'm a believer that the game is won in the postseason from the pocket. And Joe Burrow in the pocket to me is better than Josh Allen.
Big time.
The thing that I stop from Lamar Jackson, because to me there's only 4 elite quarterbacks in the NFL. There's just 4. And that is Patrick Mahomes, who is unto himself.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost not even fair for me to say that there is an elite tier.
No, because he's in a tier, and then you can get into other elite players who are not in his elite tier.
Yeah, I don't know what I guess you just call it the Patrick Mahomes tier, right? Like
that's it. It's him and it's nobody else.
Yeah.
Because no one else can do what he does as consistently as he does, and no one else has for a while.
And he's done it without, you took away Tyreek Hill, didn't matter.
Yep.
You gave him a bad O-line, didn't matter. You gave him a spotty run game, doesn't matter. His defense helped him out, but he's just different. The last 2 Super Bowls that they've won have not been great Kansas City teams. There's not. They're not this like unstoppable juggernaut, and yet they find ways to win. So he's different. So Mahomes is different. So after that, I'll say that there's 3 elite quarterbacks, and I'll listen to arguments about where you want to place those 3. But the argument is Joe Burrow, it's Josh Allen, and it's Lamar Jackson. And to me, I guess there's a little bit of that clutch factor. The downside of Joe Burrow is in 4 years, he's been hurt twice. But you could say that about Lamar Jackson too. What was the knock on Lamar Jackson where no one wanted to give him a bunch of money is you didn't feel that you could count on him. Well, but I always said at the same time, then why can you say you can count on Joe Burrow? Because you didn't say that about him when you sure say it now.
Yeah.
That he played 4 years and 2 of those he hasn't finished. He's played 9 or 10 games in 2 of the 4 years. So that's why I said it's a big year for Joe Burrow. But Lamar Jackson last year, Lamar Jackson had his best statistical year. But what happened when you got into the playoffs? It wasn't a Josh Allen situation where the team came up short. Lamar Jackson came up short. They should have won that game last year in the playoffs. And some of that was, the Zay Flowers fumble and all that. But
a lot of it had to do with inept offensive play calling.
Lamar Jackson was not great.
He wasn't good, but the play calls didn't give him any favors.
No, like their inability to run the ball was baffling. But
they didn't try.
It just seems weird that like you turn it over to your 2-time MVP and we're criticizing you because you can't run the ball. You would hope if Lamar is really your second best quarterback in the league, I would expect even with them not running the ball, I want more out of Lamar Jackson. But dude, give Lamar credit. He had his best year last year, and Lamar Jackson is freaking great. He does not get the credit he deserves.
And he's a guy who, frankly, has not had a ton of weapons around to prop him up. He's had a good running game,
yes,
but he hasn't had a bunch of receivers. I mean, I guess he's always pretty much had a good tight end,
yes,
but he hasn't had the embarrassment of riches that Mahomes once had that Burrow has now.
Yeah. And so, like I said, I'm open to those arguments. So to me, the elite tier is Lamar, Burrow, and Josh Allen. And then after that, I think there's a significant drop-off. I really do. And after that, you want to go with the Justin Herberts. You want to go with the Matthew Staffords, Jalen Hurts. Who else? Like if you want to say like C.J. Stroud after 1 year.
Sure. I mean, Goff had his name thrown around middle of last season.
Yes, and those are all good, solid quarterbacks. But I don't think any of those guys are elite. I think you have 4 elite quarterbacks in the NFL, and it'll be interesting to see after this year because Mahomes isn't going anywhere, obviously. But I think it's some big giant years because Lamar, for all the regular season victories, I think the postseason for Lamar Jackson is a big shining, like, what the hell, man?
Mm-hmm.
It's time to do something. Like, you're not like a young whippersnapper anymore.
Well, and a lot of those,
you're a 2-time MVP.
And a lot of those performances weren't like the one we talked about, Josh Allen, where it lost it in 17 seconds. It was went out and you thought, what happened there? A couple times in playoff losses for him.
And then let's take Josh Allen, and that Allen, who the idea that your best opportunity to get over the hump was the 17 seconds game and you let it slip away. And if you look at Buffalo, they've gotten worse.
Yes.
Unlike
and they're now going to be paying him a ton of money.
There's been a regression for that team. And there's even some talk of if it doesn't end up in an AFC title game sort of situation, does Sean McDermott get fired? And you're starting over from an offensive skill position standpoint and that you lost your 2 biggest weapons. So is this a year that we could see Josh Allen get his coach fired and have a what the hell are we doing in Buffalo moment? And then we mentioned Joe Burrow, who, when healthy the last 2 years, that's a Super Bowl team and the doorsteps of a Super Bowl team. They bring everyone back. This is a loaded team. And now you're inserting, fingers crossed, a healthy Joe Burrow. For the elite quarterbacks, oh, and by the way, the truly elite quarterback is going for something that no quarterback has ever done, which is a 3-peat in the Super Bowl. You could make the argument that outside of Aaron Rodgers, those 3 other, quote, elite quarterbacks are facing more pressure than any other players in the NFL.
I buy that.
Like, it is a huge, huge sort of transformation year for those guys and how we view them. As opposed to the rest. Because when you look at like the Herberts and you look at Dak, you look at Stafford, you look at Hurts, I'm not certain that anyone's saying that those are kind of make it or break it years, but it feels that way a little bit about some of these elite guys.
Well, I was going to ask you, based on the 4 that you said, being in that elite tier, in the next group of guys, who do you think with a great season this year could crack into that elite year? You think it's Herbert?
I think we have been waiting for Justin Herbert. Like, we talk about Herbert like he's elite because he looks like a Ferrari, right? He's
physically he is elite.
It is, and it's getting better, right? It was last year was his most efficient year, but he's had dog-ass coaching, right? The receivers have been chipped up, but he came on the scene gangbusters, and we talk about Herbert like he's one of those guys, but he is not. But you get Harbaugh now. And
all he does is win.
All he does is win. And there's huge expectations on the Chargers. If Herbert has a 12-win season and Herbert wins a playoff game or 2, and let's say Burrow gets hurt again. Let's say that the Buffalo Bills have a giant regression.
Or they go 6-11 or something.
Yeah. And I don't know if it'll be that bad, but
sure.
But
below 500 or something.
9-8, something like that. And they miss the playoffs and Allen doesn't look good with the receivers. You're gonna have the conversation of, has Herbert replaced those guys in that elite tier? So he's the next one up. I don't think Dak ever gets there.
Me neither.
Stafford's probably too old. I think Stafford already got his his bona fides.
And he's on the back 9 of all that now. Like, even when he won the Super Bowl, he, like, you talked about being a clutch pocket passer, he could do that. Yeah. And when he went and did that in LA for that Super Bowl team, it was aces. He's a little bit past that now.
Stafford we know what he is. Stafford will always be a really, really, really good quarterback that eventually got his ring and will get in the Hall of Fame. But he's not going to be viewed as one of those guys. Rodgers is too old. Hurts is an interesting one because
I that's interesting to me too.
Because Hurts was borderline MVP, should have won a Super Bowl, played well enough. His defense completely essed the bed. He loses to, the quarterback god there in Pat Mahomes. And then last year, Hurts played nicked up, and the Eagles looked like crap.
Yep.
They were dodgy for the first 9 or 10 games when they were winning by the hair of their chinny chin chin, and then the season completely fell apart. I mean, an unmitigated disaster.
Wheels came off. You had coaching questions. Now you lose the anchor of your offensive line. So
this is an interesting year for Hurts. I'm not certain that with a good year he can enter that conversation, but he's got a lot on the line. And then you look at the young guys, and that would be the CJ Strouds, that would be the Trevor Lawrences, and dare I say, Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Jordan Love, the last 8 games of the season, including the playoffs, was as good as any quarterback in the NFL.
Probably should have beat the Niners too.
Yes. Minus he had the one bad play at the end where it kind of came apart, and hey, give San Francisco credit. There's another one. If you want to talk about someone that could really do something is Brock Purdy.
You just got both he and Stroud, totally different players. They just need to show you for a longer period of time.
And I'm not certain again that I just think there's so much draft bias with Brock.
Yeah.
I think Brock Purdy could win an MVP, and I still let's say the Niners win 13 games. He's the MVP of the league because remember, for a good hunk of the year last year,
he was the favorite.
I think he could do that, and we would still get the people that would be like, no, he's a product. They just
product of the system.
He will suffer the draft day bias thing until he starts putting multiple Super Bowl wins together.
Or plays for a team that's not run in Kyle Shanahan's offense.
Yes. Brock Purdy will suffer for that. So I think that's kind of where I view my quarterbacks, where they're at going into next year. But it's the most interesting position in sports. And looking ahead to the NFL season, I think there's some really, really intriguing storylines. Number 1 on my list, Joe Burrow. I'm expecting a Joe Burrow's FU revenge tour, and I think it's going to be really, really fun.
The YouTube line pointing out to us that if you like him that much, plus 900 for the MVP.
I love it. I might take a little flyer on that. Plus 900.
A little sprinkle there?
I like a little sprinkle there because, I think you're going to get a pissed off, healthy Joe Burrow. And if that's the case, look out.
Yep.
We come back I got a couple different things. We can go with the Mariners, or I do have a weird tennis thing that I want to bring up that I haven't gotten to that's been rolling around my head. So I might talk a little Wimbledon. Nothing that's happening on the court necessarily, but just a Wimbledon question in general when we come back. And then into Club 1080 where I've got haunted doll news for sale. A lot of stuff going on today. Primetime here on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, Suk, it's possible you missed it over the weekend, but we had the Portland Pro-Am basketball exhibition, and Oregon's Jackson Shelstad dropped 71 points in said exhibition.
Who was he? Was he playing against me?
It was a Pro-Am. I looked at the roster, didn't know too many of the other names. I do know that Peyton Pritchard famously scored 92 in that same Pro-Am some years ago. But
that's impressive, but at the same time, I feel like he was playing against me.
Yeah, so I would have to do a deeper dive on who those opponents were, but the highlights looked sexy.
I always wanted to see, if you just took some NBA guy or a dominant college player and just put him up against a bunch of losers. It's a bunch of YMCA bros and see how bad it gets. All right, well, go Jackson Shelstad. Dropping 70. I don't care who you're playing. It's a hell of an impressive game. Ducks Report brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
That's one draft down.
The Portland Trailblazers
Yeah, and I got haunted doll news, which I'm kind of excited about. Little fireworks talk, topless protesting,
By the way, did you see
huge.
we had video of the South Carolina fireworks man dancing around in his USA getup right before that thing happened.
Where do I see that?
Exactly as you predicted.
Yeah.
Uncle Sam hat, USA overalls. I can't remember where I saw it. I could probably find it and send it to you, but easy to find and heater hanging out of the mouth, exactly as you thought.
Yeah, if you don't know, there was a bro in South Carolina that the story was that he put a large firework on top of his top hat and let it off to impress his friends and neighbors as his family begged him not to do it. And, well, he blew his head off. It was in South Carolina, and I was like, yeah, I know what kind of top hat that is. I had no idea who this bro was, but I was like, I guarantee I can tell you exactly what this guy had going on, and it sounds like it was right up Central Castine's alley. I did want to get to tennis real quick because Wimbledon is going on, and I like Wimbledon. I try not to hate on sports that I don't necessarily follow. Like, the WNBA isn't necessarily my cup of tea. I tried to pay a little more attention. It's got some popularity. If something's popular, I'll try to check it out. Again, soccer over the years I've tried to get involved in. I'm not the biggest Olympic guy in the world, but just because I don't watch something doesn't mean that it's pointless. And there's some stuff like college baseball and softball. I tune in one time a year, but I really enjoy.
Honestly, March Madness has kind of become that way for me. It's not that I don't want college basketball to be good, but now I'm not as intrigued by it as I am with the NBA. So I pour myself into it for about a month a year.
But I was trying to follow along with Wimbledon a little bit, and I saw today we had the Novak Djokovic, who is kind of the last of the standing giants in the men's tennis game. He was making a big deal because he was bitching and yelling about being heckled. And then I guess he had a quote where he said, if we don't do something to grow the game, every tennis player is just going to be a pickleball player and all the courts are going to be gone, which again is true. Tennis courts are being converted left and right. And it kind of led me down this road of when I was growing up, I used to wake up and watch Breakfast at Wimbledon. I remember being a kid and tuning into that and watching it. And there were great players, but I even remember some of the fringe guys. Like I remember waking up and watching Pat Cash. And I remember like you had Michael Chang and you had Agassi and you had
Jim Courier,
yes, and you had Bjorn Borg and you had Boris Becker. And you had some of these great big tennis personalities. And on the female side of things, you had Steffi Graf, you had Martina Hingis, you had Monica Seles, and even like as we get like Maria Sharapova, who never quite lived up to what those others were, but Martina Navratilova and Steffi Graf, or not Steffi Graf, but Chris Everett, like throughout my whole life, and then into the Williams sisters, right? And then in the men's game, like we went from like Agassi and Pete Sampras being like the battle, right?
Yeah.
And then Andy Roddick was kind of a guy that, he finally won one, but he was never like the best player. And then that gave way to the all-time greats, because for a while it was Sampras, right? I didn't even mention McEnroe, but like Pete Sampras, look at all these names.
But then you just get into specifically the Federer Nadal, and then Djokovic comes on the scene.
Comes in. Like we had this debate of the two best tennis players of all time, right? Or Federer and Nadal, sorry. And then, like you said, out of nowhere, here comes this third guy. It's like, yeah, I'm better than both of you.
Statistically, he's already eclipsed him.
And he has better records against the two of them.
Yep.
And he's not a one-dimensional, but he didn't just dominate on one court like Nadal
all
did,
surfaces, yeah.
right? And then, like I said, in the female game, the Williams sisters took the mantle from all of those, and especially Williams sisters. But look, let's be honest. It was Serena that really took the mantle and ran with it. And again, separated herself. And I was sitting here this year and I realized, oh my God, it's the semis at Wimbledon. And I was like, I haven't paid one iota to this. And so I looked up, this was the other day. I was going to talk about this on Friday. I looked up the men's top 10 and the women's top 10. Can you name, because I'll tell you, there was one in each. I knew one player, and I'm not saying I knew about them. Dude, I knew one. When I look through the men's top 10, there is only one player that I even remotely recognize, and that is Djokovic. And again, arguably the greatest men's tennis player of all time. And he's the second-ranked player. Outside of that, Jannik Sinner is the number one player in the world.
That's right, the Italian.
Who the hell is Jannik Sinner?
Came on the scene out of nowhere, kind of. But yeah, so
Casper Rudd?
Rude.
Yeah. Anybody? Alex Demir? Who? Not a single. By the way, not a single American. You got to get to like 13th, and then Taylor Fritz.
Yeah, Taylor Fritz, and actually he had a huge win today because he took out the 4-seed Alexander Zverev. He was down 2 sets to none.
Yeah,
Came back
Alexander
in a 5-setter.
Zverev. Yeah, that's great. Cool. And I looked on the female side of things. Coco Golf, number 2.
Yeah.
Outside of that,
And she got bounced.
No idea. Couldn't even begin to tell you. Apparently, there's an American there, Jessica
Pegula, I think it is.
Number 5 in the world.
I think.
Anybody? Like, what the hell happened to tennis? Like, when did this all happen?
So the
feel
question
like
is,
my
has
whole
there-
life tennis has been relevant.
Has
I
there
feel
been
like
a
my whole life.
wholesale, have all the people that you knew just been cycled out, or has coverage of it completely changed and been non-existent?
I don't know. I'm legitimately asking the question.
Yeah.
For my entire life, tennis has been relevant in my world. And like for 40 plus years, there was always a handful of players that you could root for or against. And honestly now, and I don't think it's necessarily that I stopped caring. I think watching high level tennis is amazing. But it's interesting that I've heard John McEnroe rail against the tennis game currently and say that we have to do something to get more American players, or we have to do something to get people to pay attention. And now I got Djokovic over there, the greatest tennis player of all time, saying, if we don't do something to grow this sport, we ain't going to have anyone left. This is going to be nothing but pickleball courts. And it coincides with me, by the way. I don't know if you've watched any of the Wimbledon matches. Half the seats are empty. I keep seeing the highlights of the damn court, and there's no one there. There's just swaths of empty seats.
For one, they've had a lot of weather issues this year, so I know that has played a factor. There's been a lot of rain, and I think the Euros have had something to do with it. The Euro soccer tournament has something to do with it as well. But even so, it's a major event. It should be packed.
Do you have any idea of what's going on in Wimbledon?
I have kind of followed the bracket a little bit. Like I actually watched that Fritz match today. I had it on in the background, but overall, no, not really, because there's not. Djokovic is kind of the one of a kind guy, and I do think there's like I guess maybe I was about to say interesting power struggle, but
between who?
But it's not interesting because there aren't anybody who's compelling right now. Oh, I'm just saying.
Is it the Sinner dude?
I think the question is like, who's going to be the next big guy? Is it going to be Sinner? Is it Medvedev? Is it is it Rude? Is it Daminar? Is it? I mean, these guys who are in there now, a lot of them are really young, and you've got what's the other kid's name? There's a 19. Oh, Alcaraz. Carlos Alcaraz, too, has gotten all the way to number 1. People call him Baby Rafa because they think he's the next Nadal.
Just have zero. You write that you could have made up every name there, and I would have known no difference. You could have dropped a cream steed roper, and I'd be like, oh, yeah, that steam roper guy. That's a hell of a player. No idea. Tennis could not be any further off my radar. If you asked me, of all of the major sports that people pay attention to, right? So you have the 4 big ones. You throw in like women's golf. You want to throw in the Olympics. You want to throw in, soccer. There is not another sport that is further off my radar than tennis. And it happened overnight where I just looked up one day and was like, who the hell are these people? I have no idea. 2. I knew 1 in the men's and 1 in the women's top 10. And one of those dudes is old as dirt and ain't going to be around much longer. And to quote Novak Djokovic, they better find a way to grow that sport and find some bigger stars, or there's going to be a big portion, especially in this country, that don't give 2 S's about what's happening in
I think we're
men's
already
and women's
there.
tennis.
I think we're already there.
Someone say, did Suk drop a Coco Golf? Maybe.
Yeah, probably. I mean,
golf.
Yeah, I mean, she does. Phonetically, it would be the exact same as Jared Golf. So,
damn her.
I'm sure you did.
And of course, the one player that I know, and she has to go by that. I'm just calling her Coco from now on. All right, let's get into some haunted doll news and some fireworks. I want to see the video of our South Carolina bro before things went boom. Club 1080 coming up next.
3 Mountains Home Services.
I know for a lot of you, this is the first time you've been listening to, this wonderful program after the 4th of July. We were actually here on Friday. Some of us showed up to work. I believe we were the only 2 regulars.
Correct. We did have, only 2 regulars. That is for certain.
Yes. The other shows had the day off. Slackers. Rop was dying of COVID, and we showed up. And we did talk about this man.
Yes.
Because I don't know about you, like, we didn't have a lot of big fireworks around my neighborhood. Like, I could hear them. We certainly could hear them going off. From 9 to probably 11, it was a pretty steady stream where obviously they were going around, but not close enough to where I could see a bunch of them. And I didn't see any in my direct line of fire. No neighbors. I didn't see any aftermath or any of them. And I know they're banned in Vancouver. People were still lighting them off, obviously, but it really just wasn't a thing in my neighborhood. Did you get a bunch out by you?
So because our dog does not like them whatsoever and turns into a little scaredy cat, we went out to my mom's in Newburgh where there's far less of it up on in the kind of dry.
I would think Newburgh was
Well, so here's the thing. She lives on like a really dry hill. It's like it's high fire danger up there. And so there is a ton out there, but the nice thing is you can kind of see out from the hill down into the valley, and you can see the fireworks at St. Paul and Salem. You can see a bunch all out there, but there's not much in proximity to her home. So
okay.
I guess there were a ton in Beaverton though, where I live, according to my in-laws.
Because some dudes love fireworks. Like,
yes.
Did you see David Spade actually show up at a fireworks stand too?
No.
There's the great Joe Dirt's, skit. Like the Joe Dirt where he goes to the firecracker. You got no screaming meanies, who's-ker do's, who's-ker don'ts. That's a famous Joe Dirt scene. I think we might actually have that clip somewhere in the system. It's one of the all-time greats as far as like kind of cheesy movies, because Joe Dirt's great. It leans into it. But there really is the notion of fireworks guy being Joe Dirt.
Hold on one second for your listening pleasure.
So you're gonna tell me that you don't have no black cats, no Roman candles, or screaming mimes?
No.
Oh, come on, man. You don't got no lady fingers, buzz buttles, snicker bombs, church burners, finger blasters, gut busters, zippity doodads, or crap flappers?
No, I don't.
You're gonna stand there owning a fireworks stand and tell me you don't have no whistling bungholes, no spleen splitters, whisker biscuits, honky lighters, who's-ker do's, who's-ker don'ts, cherry bombs, nipsy-daisers, with or without the scooter stick, or one single whistling kitty chaser?
No. Because snakes and sparklers are the only ones I like.
Well, you won't die with snakes and sparklers.
Nope.
Like, and while I appreciate firework guy, there certainly is a connotation that firework guy is Joe Dirt.
A little bit.
Little bit. And so whenever there is a story about someone dying from fireworks,
you expect some Joe Dirt-like characteristics.
Yes. And on Friday we talked about there was a man in Summerville, South Carolina, that all we read about, let's see what his name was. His name was Alan McGrew. He was 41 years old. He was in Summerville, South Carolina, and the story is that he placed a large firework on top of his top hat, lit it on fire, and was immediately killed. He blew his head off.
Yeah.
There was no aid rendered, over and done with.
And it sounded like friends and family encouraged him not to do it.
Yes. We knew nothing about the man, but at the same time, we put together a profile of said man.
Yeah, there. If we had to do an artist sketch or one of those black and whites, we would know.
Yeah. And so the details have emerged since, and let me tell you something. We were 100% correct. Because when I heard that he had put the firework on top of his top hat, what was the first thing I said? Oh, that's an Uncle Sam.
He didn't come out there in a black magician's top hat. No.
No, that's an Uncle Sam's top hat. And to go one step further, the video, which also we need to talk about, his wife, who seems to almost be reveling in this fame. It's very weird. She said that she was crying but also laughing over his dead body, saying that he died doing what he loved, that he loved this holiday more than anything else.
That is such an insane take. He died doing what he loved, blowing his head off with a firework.
And she keeps sharing, like she is the one that took all these videos and photos of him, and she's like, everybody, here he is. And this is his getup. He's wearing a T-shirt with a giant eagle on the front of it with an American flag background. And I'm not talking about like the entire thing.
Yeah.
The entire shirt is one big American flag with a giant eagle on it. Then he's wearing an Uncle Sam top hat. Then he's wearing American flag overalls. He's got sunglasses on top of the top hat. And he's smoking a heater.
Yep.
And he's dancing a jig, doing finger guns. This is the video that his wife wanted people to
Oh, God, rest his soul. Here he is.
That he wanted to see. He was also celebrating that his son was getting engaged and was having a baby. And so this was going to also be a 4th of July / baby shower.
Oh, boy.
For his new grandbaby.
I missed that part.
Yes. So this is from
the shower gift.
Yeah, he was a 41-year-old HVAC guy, which, by the way, great profession. Love the HVAC guys. But we told you when this happened, there was zero chance that this guy was like a civil rights attorney.
No, he wasn't.
This was blue collar.
No, he wasn't a librarian either.
No. This is the wife, Paige McGrew, who told deputies that her husband had placed large firework on his head to, quote, show off after drinking for several hours. He was holding this firework over his top hat, Paige later told the Post and Courier. I also love that she's giving interviews to anyone that'll talk.
Yeah, she thinks she's going to have her 15 minutes like Hawk Tuah girl or something.
What? He was just showboating before he set it on the ground, I thought. I didn't realize that he had already lit it. His wife was telling McGrew to stop when the fireworks suddenly erupted and he collapsed. Instantaneous. Then it says the injuries were immediate. He blew his head off. Yeah, the coroner said that it caused massive head injuries that would have killed McGrew immediately. He was officially pronounced dead as soon as they got to the scene, after 11 o'clock. In the Crestwood subdivision, Paige McGrew, the wife, sat surrounded by her dogs, her son Hunter, Hunter's fiance, who was pregnant, laughing and crying over her late husband's antics. Paige said Alan worked hard, he played hard, he partied hard, and ultimately he died doing what he loved. His death came less than a month before his 42nd birthday. What?
The fact that she could spin it into this heartwarming thing and not an absolute senseless tragedy is wild.
You gave an interview saying that you were laughing and crying over your dead husband's exploded head. I also played hard, worked hard, partied hard, and died doing what he loved. And she said, Alan loved this holiday. He was a patriot because, of course. By the way, can we just get it out of the way that being a patriot does not mean that you have to dress up like a jackass and put an explosive on your head?
That doesn't make you more patriotic than the next guy.
I love my country. I love the United States. You know what I don't do? Get really drunk and put a firework on top of my head. He said he was a patriot. He was proud of his son. He was excited to have a new daughter-in-law. He was living his best life last night.
Paige?
No, he wasn't.
The worst part of his life, probably.
That's the worst.
Yeah. I saw some quote, too, that I guess right before he lit it, he told his wife and son, you are my rock and you are my heart. And he meant that I was his rock and his son was his heart. And I'm like, what? And now I've looked up Paige McGrew, and she looks like she could maybe be his mom. I don't know what's going on here.
Boy, I'll tell you what. It is just, again, the moment I heard this story and I heard firework, top of the head, top hat, I was like, yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. And then at the end, she said, quote, at least he didn't suffer. It was quick.
I guess there's that.
Just know that apparently living your best life means getting wildly drunk and then blowing your head off in front of your wife, your son, his fiance.
Who's pregnant. At their baby shower as well.
At their baby shower.
Boy, but she has... Talking about making lemonade out of lemons, Paige McGrew should be like a motivational speaker. She could turn anyone's life around with this kind of narrative.
Just please do me a favor. If I ever die in a way that is 100% my fault and me being a jackass, please don't share all the video and photos of me being a jackass with the media and be like, this is what he was all about. He died doing what he loved.
You better hope Iserman and BTJ aren't thirsty for fame.
Gosh almighty. What is that? That is one of those things that I just do not understand. I have nothing against fireworks. I enjoy watching fireworks. What is it about fireworks, guy? Like, if you told me that I could sit and watch fireworks, awesome. But what is it? What is the
inherent need to participate at such incredible levels?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
What is that?
Well, somebody's saying, I think people forget that fireworks are explosives.
Yes.
Like, fireworks people forget that. They're just like, it's a toy, it's a thing, it's a shiny, flashy doodad. No, it's going to explode. Don't let it happen by your head.
Someone say, are we going to breeze by the fact that he's a 42-year-old grandpa? Don't worry about that. That's the least weird thing about that story. But yes, you are holding large amounts of explosives. It is amazing. But hey, he was a patriot, and he loved that holiday, and damn it, he died doing what he loved, which was being a drunk idiot in a top hat.
Yeah, partying hard, living life hard.
Although he had a nice little jig with the finger guns there. And
finger guns are undefeated when you're under the influence.
That is true. When drunk, you can't go wrong.
Good go-to. Easy go-to.
Yeah, you can't go wrong finger gunning.
Requires way less rhythm than actually dancing.
Yes, and one of the neighbors also commented that everyone in the neighborhood was loving his antics.
Oh, I bet he was just, what a cad. Just
right before boom. Well, I mean, if you see the jig that he's dancing, I'm sure everyone was like, my guy. I am dancing with those
Look
finger
at old
guns.
Alan. At it again.
Old Alan, that patriot. Oops.
See that right there, Sook? That's the guy that loves America.
America, yeah! Good Lord. Yeah, flags! I'd also like to think that if I died in a horribly stupid and tragic way, that my loved ones wouldn't be laughing over my body, but, just to each their own. Vancouver 4 that doesn't make you more patriotic, it makes you more dead.
Correct.
Yeah? Screw the learned people, no! I was excusing the laughing just to extreme sudden emotional turmoil, but then she just kept talking. Yep, she did.
That is exactly right.
Where's the GoFundMe?
It's getting bizarre.
Oh, that's coming. That's coming soon enough. All right, let's talk some haunted dolls when we come back. Club 1080.
The home of Dirt and Spray.
Go out to the 4th of July rodeo. I used to have a sweet Willie Nelson American flag T-shirt that with the sleeves cut off. So there is a difference between leaning into that stuff over the 4th of July or whatever, and a little patriotism, because I do. It's one of those weird things. Patriotism in some ways has become like a negative thing, and that stinks.
Totally.
Because it's like we can't even agree upon anything anymore. And for a lot of people, that symbol is become like a negative thing. But I think there's a difference between, you wearing an American a flag Eagle shirt, and when you hear man blows head off with fireworks, you just know, you 100% know what that guy was dressed up as.
Yep.
Because to that guy, if you're not doing that, you're not patriotic. But let me say this goes for anything. If patriotism, I had this conversation today with someone at my jiu-jitsu gym, because this can be said about jiu-jitsu, it can be said about veganism, it can be said about CrossFit, it can be said about religion, it can be said about patriotism, whatever. If your whole personality revolves around one thing and one thing only, to where it's your sole purpose in life, right? You fly 19 big flags at your house or on your truck. You don't just wear an American flag shirt, but you wear the top hat. You got the Uncle Sam beard.
It becomes a bigger portion of your wardrobe.
Yes.
It's like, it's not just the holidays. It's 4 or 5 days a week. You're making sure you got the stars and bars on there.
Love it or leave it, man. Love it or leave it. You meet someone at a party and they're like, hey man, you want some ribs? Oh no, do you know where those ribs came from? You're like, oh my God. You look like an intelligent person. I can't believe you believe in God. Though it does the heavy lifting for their personality. I don't care what that is. I just can't get on board with any of that in any shape or form. If you've only got one singular thing in your life, this is my working theory on it. It means that you have a crappy personality, and that one thing is doing all the heavy lifting. It just gives you purpose. And some of that stuff can be under the guise of positivity, and some of it can be really, really bad stuff, but it's all to make up for you have nothing else going on, and you're just leaning really, really hard into one thing and one thing only.
Sometimes it replaces a personality trait.
Yes.
Instead of like, oh, that's Jason the funny guy, it's like, oh, that's Jason the firework guy.
Yes.
And it's like, that's, I'm sure that he was Alan the kooky patriot, but he could have just been Alan the neighbor who will help you when you need to mend your fence or something. Yes. I don't know.
And like I said, the 4th of July, it could be the same thing for Halloween. You know Halloween Girl? I know Halloween Girl. There's that person too.
Oh, yeah.
The person right now is like, wait, the 4th of July is over? Time to break out the spooky witch things? Christmas person? Like it's November 1st and Mariah Carey is getting thought out. It's the same thing. Like, whoa, I love Christmas.
Can we pump the brakes for one freaking second here? It doesn't have to be an event all the time.
In some ways, these people, they just pick one thing and it's all gas, no brake. 24/7, 365, and it fascinates me. It absolutely fascinates me. And in this one case, unfortunately, with this poor dude, who maybe by all accounts, it sounds like he was a good neighbor. People liked him. He was a fun guy, just a blue-collar guy out there living. And because of that, and just that one idiotic thing, the dude's not around to see his grandkid grow up, and that's sad. And then it's sad that his wife is laughing, saying that he died doing what he loved.
What a great way to be remembered, I guess. Dying 30 years too young. I don't know.
That's like the ultimate, right? That's like the ultimate trump card for hey, died doing what he loved. I love lots of things, but you know what I don't want to do at the age of 46? Die. I really like riding my bike. And I'll tell you, Buck, if I get hit by a semi-truck, please don't let anyone be like, he died doing what he loved. No, riding my bike is what I loved. Getting hit by a semi, didn't love it. I like golfing. If I get struck by lightning, no, that's not what I love doing.
It's kind of a weird crutch because I feel like it gets thrown around in a lot of death cases. Like if I have a stroke watching Oregon football, I don't think it belongs as like a footnote in my eulogy that he died doing what he loved, watching Ducks football. Like you could say it, I guess, if I was like,
it's like the Spartans. It's a beautiful death.
For a couple people, you could. I mean, I think I've told you. my dad and brother and I walked by the guy who dropped dead on the golf course. I'm like, he was old. It went quick.
There
I
you
guess
go.
that's okay.
That's all right.
But like that, maybe it's called for. Most other scenarios, you're just finding a way to excuse the dumb crap they were doing.
Is it the Legends of the Fall? It was a good death. He fights that bear. Up. I guess again, if you're an old
Love
man,
that movie.
If
Good
you're an
pull.
old man in the woods and you're 1 foot in the door and you go out with the bear, I guess again that's a beautiful death.
Yeah,
But 41 and you die by your own hand. You didn't die doing
After
what you love.
dancing a jig and lighting a firework.
Well, it's a good jig. I'll give him credit.
It was a good finger guns.
it's
The
a
jig
good-
was just okay.
It's a good finger. After that many beers, I appreciate that jig. All right, let's get back on the clock. We went way long there. No more of that talk. We will talk about though.
Creepy dolls?
A haunted doll possessed by a woman who was killed by her husband.
Oh.
Well, we moved on for the 4th of July, so next in the big holiday. It's Halloween. We got the macabre coming up. So do you want a haunted doll? You can have one.
No.
Etsy. We'll talk about it. Here's Buck with Sports Center.
Now, from the
to get haunted now for the better part of like 2 decades.
That's right. You've said mansions and hotels and things like that. You're very on board. You'd like a ghost. You'd like haunted. Yeah.
Preferably one that's got a dark side. I don't want one of these like friendly sort of things. I like something that's got a little sinister sort of quality to it. You know, I think it'd be pretty kick-ass to come home, you know, after a night of drinking and have some sort of evil thing cruising around my house, like jump out and scaring you, someone rattling some chains. And they're gonna be like, everyone always like, oh man, what would you do if there was a demon in your house? Nothing. What's he gonna do?
What are you gonna do?
He's a spirit. They don't do anything. When was the last time someone died from a haunting? Let's go. Like, oh, some creepy Victorian girls wandering around the hallway. Kick ass. That would be like my best friend.
No, I can't get on board with this. I don't keep the creeps away from me, thank you.
Dude, I am so on board. Like, I want one of these murder mirrors, like Oculus. I want some sort of mirror that you stare into and something evil is staring back.
No.
Let's go.
Oh, no. I don't think so.
Again, I think this whole evil spirit thing has a bad reputation. What have they ever done in the history of recorded man? What has an evil spirit ever done? And why
brought
is it
evil into the world, Jason?
Why is it considered evil?
Why
is it misunderstood?
No, well, I think,
would like to talk.
I think that's probably why. I think that, people who don't understand certain things like to think it's terrible.
Yeah.
So, that probably includes demonism, Satanism, voodoo, whatever.
Like, I watched that was it Netflix show, The Haunting of Hill House?
Oh, I've been meaning to check that out. I haven't seen it.
I'm not going to lie.
Was it good?
I sided with the house.
Huh?
Well, it's a murder house, but I thought the house had good reasons. I would just like to say, let's have a conversation. I'm not willing to just make a snap judgment that a spirit is evil. Like the little ring girl, did anyone stop to talk to her? Like The Grudge? Let's have a conversation. Be like, hey, I understand you're all bent out of shape over something. I get it. But maybe that demon is just misunderstood and let's have a chat. Either way, I'm up for a haunted. Let's go. And it turns out all I need to be haunted is to just go on Etsy or eBay. There's an entire world now
that easy, huh?
of people now selling haunted dolls. And again, you want to talk about morons getting ripped off? I give you this. So for 377 British pounds, you can buy Billy. Now, Billy has a tragic tale. And I love how, by the way, much like in church...
Billy one of a kind, or are there many Billies?
Oh, there's like a million Billies. Because this is like, you ever when you sat in church and they would tell you some sort of story, but the story never had anyone's name. There was never a time. There was never a place. It was just
something that happened to someone.
Yeah. And you're like, this doesn't have any details in it. Like, where did this... I'd like to Google this. So Billy had a tragic life. She was intelligent. She owned a florist. She was a florist in a small town. But behind closed doors, she was married to a violent, abusive man. You know, so they don't tell you what town it was, what floral shop. Tell me who Billy was.
They never provide specifics because there aren't any.
Exactly. Long story short, Billy finds out she's pregnant, and then Billy gets murdered by her violent husband, which is terrible. That's a horrible thing if it actually happened, which I don't believe it happened. But apparently, Billy now resides in the body of a doll that's holding a little baby, and you can buy it for the low, low price of 377 British pounds.
And so then who is the authority on this? Is it a seer? Is it the manufacturer of said doll? Like,
yes.
Who's the one saying, no, Billy's really in there?
Yes. So what's happening is there's these people that are becoming, they're vessels, they're conduits to the other side.
Okay.
And they're the ones that are finding these dolls that are trapped, and then they are selling them to the masses. And they're warning people about buying fake spirit dolls or buying evil spirit dolls, and you should only buy them if you're an experienced medium or you get them from a trustworthy medium.
Yeah.
When you Google haunted doll on eBay, over 2,000 listings come up.
So this is a cash grab now.
Oh, 100%. But these morons, I guess, it's become a whole thing.
So they found, manufacturers basically, or creative folks, found a cottage industry that's booming with that people want to believe stuff, and they're like, we can profit off this.
Yes.
Okay.
There's another one here. There's this girl. She goes by, her name's Deborah Davies. She's a psychic. And she says that haunted dolls are possessed by earthbound souls. Sometimes you may just have a spirit that loved their doll, and so they visit regularly. Those are called benign hauntings. Or there's also the dark side. Worst case scenario, they're taken over by demons. Okay. Regardless, Deborah says that she wouldn't recommend buying a haunted doll unless you're an experienced medium. They can literally turn your life upside down. I'm not exactly sure how they can turn you upside down. It's a doll. You know you can't just throw the doll in the trash.
No, I feel like there are always rules against that. Well, if you try to do that, then it's going to come back twice as strong and twice as scary.
And what doll?
I don't know.
There's another doll?
I feel like there's a degree of fear-mongering that goes into this haunting thing.
Yeah, there's another gal that now apparently has 50. She owns 50 haunted dolls. Her name is Miranda. She owns over 50 dolls. She doesn't know exactly what all their names are. She says they come and they speak to her, and apparently there's now an app. Someone has developed an app on your phone that you can use to talk to your haunted doll.
Naturally.
Yeah. She said for one of them, there was a sign of
and
her...
that's not an algorithm or AI. That's actually the haunted doll talking back.
100%. This is Miranda. She says, we hear talking. We hear sounds from another room. I've heard my spirits whistle. 2 of them have knocked themselves over because they wanted attention. Because, of course, if a doll falls over, that doll wants attention.
Yeah.
She says for one of them, there was a sign of her telling me that she liked me. Basically, she got a little spicy, so it was more like a girl shut up, of course I kind of like you sort of thing.
Girl, you something else.
So apparently there's some lesbian feelings going on here. She lives with her grandmother, by the way. She appears to be very lonely. I've heard a knock on my bathroom door and that same spirit telling me to hurry up. And she does have, it is a really kind of creepy photo because she just, in her bedroom, she has all of these 50 creepy-ass haunted dolls just pushed against one wall. But, yeah, she downloaded an app. She said she's too much of a newbie and scared by Deborah's words to use it. So she's got the app, but she hasn't been willing to use it just yet because Deborah, who's the medium where she buys her dolls from, has warned her that through the app, she can really find out what happened to all of these dolls.
Right.
Yes.
Does that app have a subscription cost associated with it too?
No, but she can send a photo of her doll to Deborah, and then Deborah will tell her what the doll wants to
Makes sense.
communicate with her. So I guess this has been going on for a while, but this really took off in, can you take a guess at what state this took off in?
New Orleans? Or excuse me, Louisiana?
Florida.
Oh, okay, sure. I was gonna say I was thinking Bayou Voodoo and all that, but yeah, Florida makes a lot of sense.
No, 1994 is when this really popped up. Apparently, there was a recent phenomenon called Robert the Doll, who is about 120 years old and has lived in a display case at this place in Florida, and he's rumored to have caused car accident, broken bones, job loss, and divorce.
Just from sitting there.
Just from sitting there. He belonged to a boy.
How did he cause car accidents?
He's haunted. I don't know. He's causing these things.
Sure.
So he belonged to a boy named Otto, had a relationship with him right through to his death. He took him everywhere with him and referred to him like he was alive. And so that kind of spurned this whole thing. So since 1994, apparently this has become a giant industry. So if you go to eBay and you go to Etsy, you just type in haunted dolls and there's thousands of them for sale.
Maybe we should get in on this. We could probably spin a good yarn about what had happened to these dolls.
I think this is right up my alley.
I feel like we could profit off this.
100%.
You're into the haunting thing. I think I could get creative enough to spin a couple yarns here.
Yeah, look, and some of these are like, they're on here. One's here like $100. There's one for $35. There's one for $9.99. Which why is one haunted doll only $10? And one like $130.
I would have to imagine the level of haunting. One maybe just has more haunting potential. The other has proof of haunting. I don't know.
But Deborah warns, you have to be aware of fakes and scammers.
Oh, yeah, because she's not one of those.
No. She warns that the experts like her warn first-timers need to tread carefully. And she says that she won't sell bad spirits, but she'll help people get rid of them. Someone once dropped their entire collection off in the middle of the night. She remember adding that she believed that it was only one doll that was giving the problems, a pink creepy clown that was possessed by a rapist. So once she got rid of that, then everything was fine. So quite frankly, I've been looking for a way to get haunted, and so I think I'm going to do some bargain shopping here.
Okay.
And I'm going to bring the haunted doll into the studio.
I can't wait.
And I'm going to put it here. I'm a little jammed up because I don't know, because I was looking online, and I kind of want to buy one of the more expensive ones because they're creepier looking and they're bigger.
But you're worried that Sprague will just throw it in the trash?
Well, I don't want to spend like $200 on a haunted doll. By the way, when I bring the haunted doll, no one's touching it. I'll tell you that right now. Them fight
Yeah, until
words.
someone gets in a little fender bender or it's doesn't have a clean bill of health, and then they're like, get rid of this doll.
Well, like I leave my water bottle and my computer bag in here, and if someone threw that away, I would be pissed.
Sure.
So we all leave different things around the studio, do we not?
Yeah, we'll stop throwing away our branded sponsor report sheets.
Well, so I'm not the only one. People leave their things around the studio.
Yeah. Microphone covers, electronics, whatever.
So why am I not allowed to leave my haunted doll?
Because no one wants it here.
Well, no one wants my computer bag here, but no one's
But it's not
throwing that
bothering
away.
anyone the way a doll might.
Bottom line is, Buck, this is happening. I am purchasing a haunted doll.
Do you put it right next to the Kim Jong-un pillow?
No, I'm putting it right in the middle of the table.
Oh.
So it's going to either be staring. I don't know where to. Do I turn it to face us or do I turn it to face like the YouTube camera? The haunted doll's coming.
It's a good question. Might have to get its own camera set up.
So what I'm thinking about doing is I'm thinking about finding like a top 5, right? And then we put it up on Twitter. We put it up.
Decide on the best haunting story.
Yes,
Best
and then
backstory?
we cast a vote as a show, and we decide who our haunted doll is gonna be. But this station, and more importantly, this show, but really the station, because once we bring the doll in, it's everyone's. It's gonna be a community, so I'm buying it for everybody.
So that we can all be haunted by this thing that we don't want to be haunted by?
Yeah. It's gonna become part of us.
Well, thanks for volunteering us.
Look, whether you want it or not, quite frankly, the haunted doll, and the best part is, one, you know I'm gonna do this.
I know you are.
And two, I think you're a little uncomfortable by it.
Yeah, we're being voluntold into being haunted.
This is fantastic.
No, I don't like it.
This is so good. Now, the question becomes, who is going to have the biggest problem with the haunted doll? Rob won't care. Rob's going to, shrug this off.
He'll shrug and say it's dumb, and that'll be the end of that.
Yeah.
Well, and I think Sprague's like the biggest pro Halloween guy, so he might be into it. I could see... I think Dusty'd let it roll off his back. I guess my questions would be about Swag, Danny, and Dirt.
Pretty excited about this.
Yeah.
I'm just going to have it staring at you the entire time. Just
know.
looking at you.
Oh, no.
And then what? I can think, what if something bad happens, like within a week of bringing the doll?
Here's our cash cow idea from the Vancouver Ford text line. Buck and Sook, why don't you two combine forces on some residual monthly income and start an OnlyFans based around erotic haunted dolls? You know there are enough freaks out there that would be able to be into that and spend $9.99 a month for that subscription.
Well, get ready, because I was excited when I saw this. So a haunted doll is coming to the fan. And we could name it. We can do it like,
Well, and if haunted things happen to us, then you have a chance to flip it for more.
Exactly. Think about this. We're
Proof of haunting.
We're going to buy
right
it on
here.
the low and then wait for something to happen, and then we'll flip
It'll all be documented on the internet and radio.
Exactly. Dude, this thing's going to become the biggest star of this show.
All right, if we cash in, I'm in.
All right. We're in. I'll start putting together. By the end of this week, we will have decided as a group on what haunted doll to buy. We come back, we put a bow on this unhaunted show for the time being. Club 1080 rolls on next here on 1080 The Fan.
The afternoon round of the 10th Annual Fan Golf Classic at Langdon Farms on Thursday, July 11th. Presented by Autotown GMC and brought to you by Michelob Ultra is sold out.
Must be nice. Get automatic golf days.
And the morning round is filling up fast. The 10th Annual Fan Golf Classic, also brought to you